I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I'll wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are true and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Oh, tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers defeated the juggernaut Ohio State Buckeyes and freshman QB Julian Saint in the Battle of the Unbeatens for the Big Ten Championship on Saturday, 13-10. In a defensive struggle, the two Heisman Trophy frontrunners worked magic where they could, but it was a missed chip shot field goal late in the fourth quarter that crowned Curt Cignetti's squad conference champs for the first time since 1967. Is the Heisman decided? And will we possibly get a rematch at the end of the playoffs between what clearly looked like two evenly matched elite teams on Saturday? And the college football playoff matchups are out, and there's no lack of controversy this year as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, minus 2,000 to favorites to make the playoffs on DraftKings before the announcement, were snubbed hard by the committee in favor of the University of Miami, who were clearly behind them in the standings all season and did not play in their conference championship. Also making the tourney was 3-loss Alabama after they fell to Georgia in the SEC title game, with the Bulldogs avenging an early season loss to the Crimson Tide. We will dive deep on the selection process and do our best to try to make it make sense. And before we whip around the NFL's Week 14 slate of games and go over heavy-hitting highlights of UFC 323, we will get our forks and knives out and cut deep into the sports media beef between former partners Max Kellerman and Stephen A. Smith on another fully loaded, brand spanking new, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mag.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point. I'm gonna fight them all. The seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? Talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the nation's coming from my eyes, saying let it alone.
Let's do it.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a very new show of Jabba and the Mouth. I'm looking skinny on this camera tonight. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's something going on. Yes, my name is Errol Marks, my co-host. He's in. I don't know how long he's going to be here today. He's taking care of some family stuff. His son is moving back to college, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. 631, again, 672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, you just heard him before the show started, and on the board, Tommy Poops, and our Mr. Nithin, our PR person in the background, and Jarrett, who is going to be joining us maybe a little bit later in the show, our intern. So a lot to get into today, a lot with the college football. I will be going to the Heisman Trophy induction. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it seems like Mendoza is the favorite, the full favorite now to winning the whole thing, and as well as he should after knocking off Ohio State. And we'll get into that in just a few moments, it was an upset, but I don't know how much of an upset was it. But it's been a crazy weekend. The weather's been back and forth, and honestly, I actually like the weather because it's been staying cold. But what I don't like about the weather is it gets moisty in the air. When it gets moisty in the air, I knew Jabba was going to look at me and shake his head, but when it gets like that, obviously, I don't like how cold it gets and foggy it gets at night. And I did an event over the weekend. I was in Queens, and this hotel called the DoubleTree. I was DJing a runway show, and I've never seen anything like it, fans.
Hey, does DoubleTree still have the cookies?
I guess I didn't eat any of the cookies. I actually had their chicken fingers. So they had food out for all the people that were coming to the event. I actually had chicken fingers there. It was actually pretty good. Yes, I had honey mustard.
How was their honey mustard?
Honey mustard was really good, actually. I actually enjoyed it. They had these cucumber sandwiches. I'm not a big cucumber fan, but everybody kept raving about the cucumber sandwiches. So I don't know. I guess it looked good, but it wasn't something that I would probably eat. But what was crazy about the event is they have this room that they use so many like runway shows. They do all these different events in this one particular room, but there is no outlets. There was no outlets to plug in any of my equipment. So I had to run like a bunch of different outlet wires to different sections of the hotel because I had nowhere to plug my stuff. So it was horrible. And then when I was packing up at the end of the night, I parked my car on the side right by the room, and somebody backed into my car. left you could tell that was like a couple of lines in my door. Thank God it didn't put any dents into it, but you could tell I had to get it buffed out on Sunday. It was horrible. And again, all you have to do is come right inside and say, I apologize. I bumped into your car. I probably, by looking at it, would have said, oh, nothing a buff couldn't get out of it. Throw me a couple of bucks. I bring it to a professional, and I would have been fine. But everybody here in New York, and I would say this, I wouldn't even just say New York, everywhere you go, but it seems like every time somebody hits your car in New York, it's like, oh, it's okay. Let's play bumper cars. It doesn't matter. It's just a car, you know? So, unfortunately, my car, this was the second time in a week and a half my car's been hit. I was in a barber shop, what was it, a week and a half ago, and I come out and my bumper, there was nothing wrong with my bumper, but my trunk was open. So I thought somebody robbed something, but it wasn't robbed. Nothing was robbed. I realized that my trunk couldn't close. So I'm looking at it. I'm trying to slam my trunk down. And then I realized that it was like pushed in at least 2 inches. So I had to go to my friend. He had to hammer it out. It was just, thank God nothing happened to my bumper. So all these accidents that I was in or happened to me, I was not in the car. And it's like a hit and run. It happens to me. Only happens to me. I got bad luck, Job. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like when it rains, it pours when it comes to my car. And so that was
maybe that's a sign to get a new one.
Well, the fact is, if you look at my car, and Speedy will tell you, my car looks brand new. Yeah, I take really good care of my car. So it looks inside, the leather looks like, honestly, if you go into my car, it looks like a brand new car. It looks like right out of the showroom. I am OCD when it comes to taking care of my car and all that other stuff. But eventually I will get a new car. But even now, even with it getting bumped into twice, you wouldn't know the difference because, again, I'm anal. So I had my friend bumper it, like buff it out on Sunday, and he buffed everything out on the car. So it looks brand new, shiny, and all ready to go. But I just don't understand people. I just think people just don't. It's other people's property. Take care of it, or at least come in. Then my friend who was doing the runway show, it was his clothing design. He comes out and he tells me, well, didn't somebody put their number right by your windshield wipers or something like that? Leave their information. I'm like, who does that? Has anybody actually done that when they've hit your car? Actually leave their information?
I've had it happen before.
Really? It's never happened to me before. Never seen that before. So, especially here in New York, if that happens in New York, it's like a miracle. I mean, Moses split the sea. I mean, that kind of miracle. It doesn't happen. So, unfortunately, I just have no luck whatsoever. So, for any fans that park their car and put their hazards on, don't park it in front of a hotel if you want, or you're trying to make sure that your car doesn't get totaled or something happens to it. So I made that mistake, and boy, oh boy, do I regret it. Speaking of not regretting things, well, at 8:45, I'm not going to regret these two guys. We will be talking to Savannah Bananas pitcher Connor Harris, who's a big Jabba Chamberlain fan. He'll be wearing Jabba's jersey, and Savannah Bananas coach, he's been on our show before, and director Adam Viron. He will be joining us. He is fantastic, great personality. He's been around since the Savannah Bananas really started. And he's been on our show, I think, multiple times.
Twice,
yeah. Yeah, so he is sensational. And we're getting one of his players to come on the show, so why not have one of the coaches? So it'll be very, very fun. It's speaking of just a crazy, crazy weekend. But before we get into it, you're taking care of your son. Your son's moving back to school. So what's going on?
Yeah, had a good first semester. He had his last final, 1:00 today, and it was his toughest one, his biology one. He'd been battling, ganging that one up, but still made the president's list. His GPA stayed up, so proud of him for that. He's like, I'm just glad to get through this, and he goes, I squeaked it out. So yeah, getting that, got him back. He's running over to his mom's. Then of course, stops. Gets all of his stuff ready here. Got laundry money and a charger. And so, yeah, and then we're going to go grab some food and throw some laundry in. But I thought I'd stop and see the boys before, kind of sit down and just get him settled. And then He's home for freaking 7 weeks. So it's
That's great.
Yeah, the breaks are a lot longer than they used to be. I don't remember when I was in college having a break that long. And so, but yeah, so he
even when I was in school, it was only like a month.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And he's actually even going back early because their season starts, and it's crazy too. He called me yesterday and he goes, "Dad, you want to be our interim coach?" And I'm like, "What? What's going on?" I guess their pitching coach literally took a job in the same conference. And it's so funny. We have just literally talked about this. And the Jayhawk League for junior college is a great baseball conference. He's taking a head coaching job at Butler, which is in the same conference, and literally is leaving. So he told him at their Christmas party, and then he's leaving. So he's not even going to be there for spring. So Carter's like, I don't know what's going on right now. And I was like, oh, let me apply. Let's see what happens. Let's see. But I'm like, it was interesting. So yeah, it's just been.
Are you applying?
I mean, I might as well. All they can tell me is like one thing my dad always said. It's like all they can tell you is no, right? So
interesting.
So we'll see. I mean, obviously, he's down there, so those would be interesting mound visits with if I have to go talk to Carter in between a rough inning or something. But so no, it's just nice to have him home, man. It's just it's always he's 4 hours away, so it's when he makes those trips back, it's a little nervy for me, but he's made them plenty of times. But yeah, got all of his clothes and stuff back. So, it's going to be nice to have him home and, just hanging out and get a workout with him too, which is going to be really fun. We start our throwing program and everything on Wednesday. So, so that's exciting for me and to do all that stuff. So, but I thought I wanted to jump on and say hi to you guys and have a great show. And I'm going to try and hop on, when we 8:45, right? For the video guys. Okay.
Connor Harris is a big fan of yours. He's going to be wearing your jersey, and
perfect.
He's excited to come on the show. And you're a big part of the show. So I was surprised that you popped on. At least I thought you were driving back from Hampton, so maybe you would just pop right on when you're driving, because we've seen people do that before. Nathan loves to do that during the show.
100%.
Evan would have had to change his name to I Hate Technology again.
100%. So, all right, boys, y'all have a good one. I'm going to run and get these things going, and we'll see you soon. I'll tune in.
There it is, Jabba Chamberlain, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys.
We love him too, and it's crazy because Jabba. He told me on Sunday morning that he would not probably make the show. He might sneak in here and there. So I was very surprised that he popped in as early as he did, but appreciate him. And now he's applying for a pitching coaching job over there at Hampton. Very interesting. I don't see why he doesn't get the job. It's Jabba Chamberlain, but unless the coaching staff doesn't want it to mix father and son, that sometimes happens, and sometimes people and obviously coaching staffs don't allow that. But hey, I wish him nothing but the best, and he gets to go down there and hang out with his son a couple of weeks a year. Actually, what is it? Baseball season over there has got to be a couple of months, but whatever. On Saturday night, number 2 Indiana upset number 1 Ohio State 13-10 in the Big Ten championship game to finish the regular season undefeated and as the undisputed number 1 overall seed in college football, in the college football playoff. It was Indiana's first share of the Big Ten title since 1967, and the first time they won it on its own since 1945. They also ended a 32-game losing streak versus Ohio State, winning for the first time since 1988. The Buckeyes star receiver Jeremiah Smith had a big game for Ohio State with 8 catches for 144 yards, but Indiana contained the Buckeyes running game, holding them to only a total of 69 yards in what was a defensive battle throughout the night. It was the special teams that hurt the Buckeyes in the end, as their field goal kicker missed a chip shot 27-yard field goal to tie the game with under 3 minutes in the game after driving the field for most of the fourth. After outlasting Sayin and the Buckeyes, Fernando Mendoza is in the driver's seat for the Heisman Trophy at a minus 2,500, while Julian Sayin's odds tanked to plus 50,000 after the loss. after the loss. Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia is second in the odds at plus 1,400, with Notre Dame's running back Love, which is third at 40,000, plus 40,000, despite the loss. Ohio State still remains the number 2 in the college football playoff ranking, and their only loss to number 1 Indiana. Well, I pretty much made that prediction for the first 2 weeks of the season. And I got to give a shout out to Josh Silverberg, because he's been saying it all season long that Mendoza is going to win the Heisman Trophy. What's interesting about the Heisman Trophy and these candidates and these guys fighting for the number 1 player of the nation for the season and for the year is really what they do through quarters. And every season has a quarter. There's a first half a quarter, there's a second half a quarter, third, and then there's fourth at the end of the season. And Mendoza's been the most efficient out of all the players that we named. The Buckeyes, Jeremiah Smith, to me, is one of the best players in the nation. But again, this is really, the MVP usually goes to a quarterback. Last year it went to a cornerback. It doesn't usually happen like that. And again, there were quarterbacks involved last year. Gabriel was a part of the Heisman Trophy, and then obviously Cam Ward, who was the number 1 pick by the Titans. So it usually is a quarterback that wins the Heisman Trophy. But last year, there weren't as efficient quarterbacks as there were this year. And Sayin was sensational. It's not like Sayin is not going to get a chance to win another Heisman next year. He's a freshman. Next year, he's going to be a sophomore, and he has a chance to really erupt with Jeremiah Smith, his final year over there with the Buckeyes. The Buckeyes have a great recruiting class once again, and they're going to be up to winning another national championship. And they could still win the national championship this year, as they're probably heavy favorites still to win the national championship. And if I was Indiana, I probably wouldn't have wanted to win the Big Ten title. And I would have just waited for, the national championship. If I would have had to meet the Buckeyes again, that was where I would want to beat them, because the Buckeyes they don't usually, first of all, they haven't lost a game all season long. And now you got to play them a second time in a national championship game and beat them. I think the odds are against them. And again, Mendoza's been sensational. Did Mendoza have one of those unbelievable games for the Big Ten championship? No. Again, his numbers weren't just like 350 yards. He threw 3 touchdowns. The game was 13-10, and it was won by a field goal. So it wasn't like Mendoza pulled off all the stops and he was sensational and he did what you expected a Heisman Trophy winner to do. Because if you looked at the last 4 or 5 games of the tail end of the season and with Texas and what Arch Manning is doing, that's a Heisman Trophy winner. Now, Arch is not up for a Heisman this year because he started very, very slow. Texas is not making the Final 12. He's not making the tournament. So Arch is going to have a chance next year to make another run for a Heisman Trophy. And so will Sayin, who is going to be back with the Buckeyes, back with Day, and back with one of the best defenses in all of the country. But again, you look at this particular game, and what really stood out is it was the battle of the 2 best teams in the nation. Both of them are Big Ten teams. And again, both teams are expected to make that run. You talk about, and we're going to get into the college playoff, and we're going to talk about Alabama sneaking in and all these other teams and Notre Dame getting screwed. But you look at these Heisman Trophy candidates, Diego Pavia he was one of the best quarterbacks in the nation this year. He was one of Vanderbilt. He was sensational all season long. The problem is he's not an NFL quarterback. He is probably not going to be drafted. And if he is, he's going to be a walk-on for a team that's going to have him walk on, and maybe he makes the team, maybe he doesn't. We've seen a lot of players not be drafted, and they're walk-ons and become either they make the team or they play on the practice team, and then maybe they get called up. The kid, the offensive tackle that played for the Chiefs last night, who came in, I think, for Simpson. I don't know, Apulo, whatever. I don't.
Suyamata.
What?
Suyamata. It's gonna be a hard one for you to pronounce.
No, it wasn't Mata. Was it Mata?
Okay. He was the right tackle they drafted last year.
No. It was somebody else. He was undrafted. Came in with the Chiefs last night. Go look it up. He played very well against the Texans, and he actually played for the Jets a little bit this year. And then the Jets dropped him, and the Chiefs brought him back. He was an undrafted player. I think his name's Puyo or something. I don't know. You could find out.
S.A. Polier.
Polier. He came in. He actually played very well last night. And he was an undrafted player. And maybe the Chiefs found something with him. He was dropped, brought back, dropped again, and then brought back. Again, I'm not saying Pavia is not going to be a competent quarterback in the NFL. I don't know if his body structure and the way he plays is going to fit in the NFL. He reminds me of Tim Tebow. That's what he reminds me of. Obviously, a lot smaller than Tim Tebow. I think Pavia, if I'm not mistaken, he's 5'8". He's really, really small.
Thin, too.
And he's got a good arm, but he doesn't have one of those arms like Arch Manning does or even Mendoza. So I don't think he's got the ability to or the athletic gifts that some of these guys have. And he definitely doesn't have the size to be an NFL quarterback. But he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the country all season long, as he should be on the top 5 for the Heisman. And then there's Notre Dame's running back Love, who has been one of the more explosive running backs in all of the nation. He will be in this year's draft. Could be a first-round talent. Some people think he could be a late first-round pick. I don't know if they have a running back like a Gibbs in this class where I'm going to, obviously reach and make that kind of move. But Love is going to be a guy that's going to be drafted very early in this draft, and he's an explosive player. He's probably one of the better running backs that we've seen come out of Notre Dame in the last 20 years. And I think what makes this class very interesting is that there is not a guy that really stands out that you can really choose. And everybody says it's Mendoza because of this game and winning and knocking off the Ohio State Buckeyes the way he did. He didn't really show up in the game because he didn't put up those crazy numbers. But to me, there's no sure thing in this class this year. I look at Sayin, he's a rookie, he's a freshman. The last freshman to win a Heisman, what was it? It was, if I'm not, Johnny Manziel, right?
Johnny Manziel, and then Tim Tebow was the last one before that.
So Johnny Manziel was the last one to win a Heisman as a freshman. Sayin would have had to do like a significant amount to win. And I know a lot of people, when they look at the Vegas and the voting, I didn't think Sayin had any chance of winning the Heisman Trophy this year. I really didn't. I thought it was either going to be, I definitely thought Mendoza, even if Mendoza did not show up in this game, I thought Mendoza was the heavy favorite of winning the Heisman Trophy just because of what Indiana has done all season long. Indiana should not be the number 2 in the country. Now they're number 1 because they knocked off the number 1 Ohio State Buckeyes. But I did not think that Indiana would have been a top 5 team this year and would have been really a favorite to winning a national championship. And one of the main reasons why is their coach and Fernando Mendoza, who came, honestly, Mendoza was good last year, but he came out of nowhere this year and really became a heavy favorite to be a Heisman Trophy winner with his arm strength, his ability at the end of games, making plays, big play after big play. And he's really shown himself as an elite quarterback in this class. Now, is he worth, if the Giants are sitting there at 1, is he worth a team jumping up if the Giants are willing to trade that first pick for somebody to jump up to get Mendoza? Is he worth 2 first-round draft picks or 3 first-round draft picks? I don't know. I don't know if he's worth that kind of chump. So I look at the situation at Mendoza, and I think Mendoza, I know a lot of Jet fans want Mendoza. I've been reading all these different stories. Like I give up all the draft picks that the Jets traded for when it came to Sauce Gardner to land Mendoza. I would not do that. As good as Mendoza looks and as good as he's been all season long, Mendoza, the NFL, look, Shedeur Sanders, say whatever you want. Shedeur Sanders was a competent quarterback in college football. He was competent. He was a good quarterback. And look how long it took Caleb Williams to figure things out. Are you willing to do those kind of things, to move up? Like, look, Justin Fields, If I'm not mistaken, Chicago made a trade with the Giants and moved up and traded, I think, 2 first-round
Two first-round picks that became Kadarius Toney and Evan Neal.
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter who it was.
I know.
Was he worth 2 first-round draft picks?
Yeah.
He wasn't. You got to be very careful on trading away your future for a quarterback you're still kind of iffy with. Now, he's got the ability. He reminds me of, and I'm going to say this, reminds me of Joe Burrow. He's a pocket present quarterback. He has some kind of footwork outside of the pocket, but he's not a mobile quarterback. And the game has changed now. The game is completely different. You have to be a dual threat quarterback to succeed in the league now. You really do. I mean, when you look at the guys that aren't in the league, that are in the league now, that aren't dual threats, how many have been successful? How many are successful right now? I mean, right now, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff. There aren't really a lot of quarterbacks that are in the NFL today that are not dual threats. And that's Mendoza. Mendoza, I know everybody says, well, he's got footwork, but he's not considered a mobile quarterback. So if you're a team like Vegas or the Jets or the Saints, and you're going to make a choice on who your future quarterback's going to be for the next 5 to 10 years, you got to be very sure and very careful on making a move and putting all your eggs in the Mendoza basket. And I don't care what any Jet fan says. The Jets have made enough mistakes over the years with Zach Wilson. I wouldn't say the guy over there in Seattle's a mistake, but it took him, Sam Darnold, it took Sam a little bit longer than usual for a quarterback to develop. Geno Smith took him a while to develop, and Geno's been up and down in his career. We could go on, and Christian Hackenberg. You have to be damn sure if you're going to jump. And I don't know where the Jets are going to end up picking. They could be 5th. It depends on how the rest of the season lands for them. They have 4 games left. There's a good chance they don't win any of those games because they're going to be starting Cook. So where will the Jets be drafting at 5, 4, 7, wherever they start to, simmer to fall into? Are the Jets willing at number 5 to move up to 1 with the Giants, or move up to 2 to jump Vegas or the Saints to land Mendoza and give up a significant type of, amount of picks to get that type of quarterback? I don't know if I would do that. So that to me is what I look at this Heisman class, and where I look at with the national championship. Mendoza has a lot of pressure on him because now a lot of people believe, after what he did and what Indiana did to the Buckeyes on national television, knocking the number 1 seed, where everybody thought the Buckeyes were going into this tournament undefeated. A lot of people thought the Buckeyes were going to be undefeated all season, all the way into the national championship because of the talent that they have. Right now, the Buckeyes are considered to have the most talent going into this class of the NFL draft. As a matter of fact, there is a prediction that 7 of their defensive and offensive players will be drafted in the first round. Wow. 7. So just think about that. And the Buckeyes, their class next year, their recruiting class is one of the top 3 in the nation. So, and Sayan is a freshman. He's going to be up there again for a Heisman Trophy next year if he stays healthy. So, I watch bits and pieces of the game. I watched the kicks, and again, this was really, it was a battle of defenses. And Indiana, who's been very good defensively all season long, I was impressed with the way they defended the Buckeyes. They couldn't stop Jeremiah Smith. And nobody can stop Jeremiah Smith. He's the best wide receiver we've seen come out over the last 10 years. And everybody was talking about, obviously, there was a former son of a former great player that came from the Buckeyes who went to Arizona recently. What was it, 2 years ago? Yeah. And really hasn't really amounted to anything. And maybe he's with the wrong team. Maybe he gets traded in the future. But Jeremiah Smith is a better prospect than he is. So think about this. If you look at the prospects and the wide receiving talent that have come out of the Ohio State Buckeyes over the years, Garrett Wilson with the New York Jets, you could go on and on and on. They're saying that this guy is the best one out of all of them. So I don't think anybody in the country can stop this guy, and you saw it on national television. And you're going to need Jeremiah Smith in this tournament, because if Jeremiah Smith cannot put up significant numbers against these elite defenses, it's going to be a very short tournament for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Indiana definitely has that vibe that you saw with the Florida basketball team last year. Are they new? Like, do they really belong? Or there's questions about that kind of thing. And the way Indiana was kind of struggling down the stretch with Wisconsin was covering on them. Wes was right about that bet. Penn State played them very close, almost beat them with an interim coach. And like, they didn't look great in a lot of instances. It took them a while to get going in like the second half of a lot of these games, whereas Ohio State, it seemed like they weren't losing a beat. They were not only winning, they felt like they were never tested at all. And now they actually got tested, and it felt like Indiana was just more battle tested for that kind of thing. And Mendoza, who was more experienced as a starting quarterback, like you said, this is probably his first year as you kind of think of as an elite college quarterback, but he was always good before that, in compared to Saying, who maybe wasn't ready for that kind of adversity type moment yet, because the Buckeyes have been blowing everybody out. Jeremiah Smith is going to be like the generational talent at wide receiver. And then you got Carnell Tate, who Fish was mentioning last week, probably will be a mid-first round pick.
They're saying next year's class of talent is so much better than it is this year. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they say that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I remember with at the Sauce Gardner draft, everybody says, oh, the class is up and it's down, and there's not enough talent in this class. And if you look at the talent that was drafted in the first and second round, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to judge by what all the experts are saying. Mel Kiper's been wrong since 1962. I mean, the guy's always wrong. So
he was supposed to retire because Jimmy Clausen wasn't a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah, so I'm not going to trust these quote-unquote college experts. What I will say about what I've seen this year when it comes to the open fight for this Heisman is that it's been so very close. Last year, I thought Genty should have been the runaway champion, the Heisman Trophy winner. He was by far the best player in the country all season long, but they gave it to the Gremlin because he's a dual threat. He's a Deion Sanders guy, and he was the spicy pick. And that's what it felt like when I went to the Heisman Trophy last year. It just felt like everybody was talking about him. When he came in, everybody was flocking to him. Meanwhile, Ashton Genty was putting up numbers we haven't seen a Boise State running back do ever. I mean, we've never seen a Boise State running back do what he did last year. So I just, and we seen it when Genty is healthy. We see how explosive he could be with Vegas. And now Vegas sitting pretty at 2. If this ends up the way it is, guess where Mendoza's going? He's going. So you have a guy that was runner-up for the Heisman last year, and then you have the guy that could win the Heisman this year playing for the same team.
Yeah, and then you have Brock Bowers, who won whatever award that the tight end's getting in college, too. I think he won it twice because he was that good. And you were talking about the Heisman, too. You look at some of the Heisman races in the past, too, and how much adversity that carries into the college football playoff or carries into bigger games, too. You saw Genty, after he didn't win the Heisman, struggle in that playoff game against Penn State. Granted, Penn State is a very good defense, but you look at some of those races that just definitely affect them. And Mendoza was not faced by that kind of thing at all. Were his numbers eye-popping in this game? No. It was a defensive duel. Indiana won with their defense. They won with their running game more. But besides that one interception, didn't make a lot of mistakes.
Just think, Indiana's defense outplayed Ohio State's defense.
Right.
And that's the crazy thing, because Ohio State has been the best defense. You can argue one of the top 3 defenses in the country all season long. And when you look at their schedule, Ohio State had a very, very difficult schedule. I'm not saying Indiana didn't, but Indiana's schedule was much easier than the Ohio State Buckeyes. And that's the thing about the Buckeyes. And to me, the Buckeyes are always matched up against the great teams, the SEC. And you want to see, that's what Day wants to do. Day is a cocky coach. Anybody that knows the way the Ohio State Buckeyes play and the way they like to, the press and the way they play the game, their style of game, that Ryan Day is one of those guys that you can't stand, because he loves playing against the best. He loves flossing and tossing and doing all this stuff on the football field that you just can't stand watching a coach do. He's that kind of guy. He's an unlikable guy, but a lot of his players are elite players. They're some of the best in the world, in the country. And you want to see the Buckeyes play in those big games, but you don't want to see Ryan Day, because every time you look at Ryan Day, you want to pop him in the damn face with his stupid smirking and his dancing and prancing around at the end of the game. And another thing about Ryan Day that I can't stand. After Indiana won and they won the game, and how they meet in the middle of the field, you would think that you'd be a little bit more gracious to the coaching staff with Indiana, it looked like he didn't even want to be there. He didn't even want to meet him in the middle of the field. And to me, it's just a sore loser. Ryan Day is a sore loser. And he knows there's a very good chance they could meet in the national championship game.
Are you saying that Ryan Day is the Nick Sirianni of college football?
Oh, yeah. I think to me, I can't stand. Everybody keeps talking about Lane Kiffin, how big of a dick Lane Kiffin is. I would say that more about Ryan Day. I've heard enough stories about Ryan Day on and off the field that would probably scratch your head as a head coach.
Yeah.
This is a coach.
You never heard Ryan or Lane Kiffin try to stop any protests yet. They even encouraged them when the Ole Miss students were throwing those eggs on the field against Tennessee.
You know, Ryan Day has this powerhouse of a recruiting job at the receiver position. You said it, dating back to even before Garrett Wilson. They've just been getting everybody. Smith is better than all of them. Smith reminds me of Julio Jones. We're talking like that level talent coming out. He's unguardable. So you got to put 2, sometimes 3 guys, often 3 guys, at least an extra linebacker playing underneath coverage in his way on every single play. And then you have Carnell Tate on the opposite side, who's a middle of the first round.
It's not fair.
Pick.
It really is.
It's not particularly fair. It makes it pretty easy for saying. So you got to give a lot of credit to Indiana's defense for hanging with those guys and confusing the freshmen with some of their coverages. There was an interception early in the game where the safety rolled back like he was playing deep middle coverage, and then jumped it on like a robber situation that you just don't really see very often, that type of disguise level, and it completely fooled him, and he got an interception. It was like a big play early in the game. It's really impressive how they've coached, and I think that's the big thing about Indiana. Cignetti's unbelievable. The guy's never lost anywhere he's been. He's the guy that took James Madison into, now they're in the college football playoff. We'll talk about them in a little bit.
They're only at FBS for the second year.
Now. He was there FCS to FBS. I think he had 9 losses and like 50-something wins while he was there. Indiana gets him immediately in the playoff the first year, and now they're number 1 undefeated. And he's holding this trophy up over Ohio State in our graphic. It's unbelievable he did that. That being said, they did miss that bunny of a kick. It should have been tied. And I think it's going to be a little different. They see each other again. I really hope we get that. I really do.
I don't know if we are. And that's the thing.
A lot of things would have to go right,
You don't expect Ohio State, if they meet Indiana in the national championship, to lose back-to-back times against an Indiana team that's great. They're a great team. They've been sensational all season long. The Buckeyes haven't lost a game all season long, and their schedule was one of the hardest schedules in the nation all season long.
So why'd they lose to Mendoza, and they didn't lose to anybody else? Because I have a theory on it.
I look at Mendoza's numbers. They didn't really pop out at you. I mean, he didn't.
It's not going to be the numbers. It's not going to be the numbers. They're too good to have anyone put up numbers on them. If you watch the tape, though, every single throw is on the money in a place where only his guy can catch it. Every single time. It's unbelievable. The back shoulder throws, the Aaron Rodgers type of throws. Now, you talk about Caleb Williams and being able to throw on the move. That's one part of Aaron Rodgers' game. But the best part of Aaron Rodgers' game, when he was going good with Devontae Adams, was they were just running streaks, and Devontae Adams would come back on it on a back shoulder throw. The defender can't stop it. Like, they can't. It's not possible because he's not even turned looking for the ball. They just have that timing. And Mendoza can do that with receivers who are not as good as the corners and secondary players, for the most part at least, on Ohio State. And that type, it's like a good shooter is going to beat a good defense in basketball.
I also believe the Buckeyes, especially in the fourth quarter, made some mistakes defensively. They zoned a little bit too much against Mendoza. And Mendoza, when you zone against Mendoza, he is going to attack you. And the good ones know how to attack man, and they know how to attack zone. And Mendoza's great. He's a good quarterback. I just don't know if I'm the Jets and I'm sitting there at 5. Am I willing to trade up all the way from 5 to 1 to land Mendoza and give up 3 first-round draft picks for Mendoza and then strike out like they've struck out all the time over the last 50 years? I would say no. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting my future on the line unless I'm damn sure Mendoza is absolutely a slam dunk of a player. And I don't know if he is. As good as he's been this year, as accurate as he's been, I don't know if I'm betting on that. Maybe if you're a team, you look at Beck, who could be a third-round talent, and that's where they're saying he could land second, third round, late second, early third round draft pick. Maybe there'll be teams more interested in Beck because you're not going to have to give up much to get Beck. And Beck could actually be one of those guys that could be an elite player in the NFL if he goes to the right place, he gets developed the right way. So I don't know if, and again, Mendoza has all the qualities you want of a star quarterback. Again, I'll go back to what he reminds me of. He reminds me of Joe Burrow. He really does. And guess what? Joe Burrow went, first of all, who recruited Joe Burrow? Ohio State, right? Yep. And then he went to LSU and then he won a national championship. He went from a nobody to a somebody and then breaking records. And then he was the number one pick of the first round. And you see what type of player he is. And then you look at Mendoza, Indiana. Who did Indiana just knock off to be the number one seed and go into the final 12 as the number one seed, the Ohio State Buckeyes. So I don't know if it's a coinkydink, but it reminds me a lot. He reminds me, Fernando Mendoza reminds me of a younger version of Joe Burrow. Now, I don't know if he's Joe Burrow because a lot of people were questioning when Joe Burrow came into the NFL. They were wondering if his skill would fit in the NFL, that style of skill would fit in the NFL because he wasn't, quote unquote, a mobile quarterback. And
everyone was
just talking about it.
And everyone was questioning his hand size too.
That's true too. But I was talking about mobile quarterbacks that have been successful, non-mobile quarterbacks that have been successful in the NFL over the last couple of years. And even though Joe Burrow would tell you, wait a second, I'm a dual threat, I can still run. He is not considered a mobile quarterback. He's considered a pocket present quarterback. And that's where, when you look at all these scouts and you're going to, when the combine comes around and he does his interview, where everybody's going to consider what type of player Mendoza is going to be in the NFL, they're going to say, well, he is a pocket quarterback. He has mobile ability, but he's not considered a dual threat. And that would scare a team, especially some of these young coaches, aka the New York Giants, as Fish wants a young coach to be brought in to be coaching the team. Are you willing? I mean, look, Jackson Dart, he's a mobile quarterback. He's considered mobile first before throw. So, and now he's figuring things out as a throwing quarterback. You're always looking for that dual threat type of player if you want these guys to succeed in the NFL. I don't think Mendoza is that type of player. Now, that doesn't mean it won't work. He's got to go to the right team, the right organization. Is Vegas the right organization for Mendoza? Is the Jets the right organization, or Browns, or any of those guys? No. You want Mendoza to sit for one season on the bench, learn behind a quarterback, so the next year he'll be ready to take over as the star quarterback of that franchise. I don't know if Vegas is going to do that. I know damn well that the Jets better do that, whoever they bring in, whoever they decide they bring in, even in the first round or the fourth round or even next year. You have to be very careful, and you got to coddle these guys. And I don't know if Mendoza, in the position that he's in right now, if he's going to be coddled. And that's the thing. There is a guy that stands out to me where he looks like he's falling in this class. And you know where I'm going, Sellers. He is falling in this class. Just like Lamar Jackson fell in that Josh Allen draft. And Lamar he was the final pick of the first round that year. And you can argue, the best quarterback in that class. And when you go back and you look at that class of quarterbacks, he wasn't even considered. So now you're looking at guys like that, where I'm trying to compare, and the comparison to that, that's where I'm comparing this. And to me, Sellers is falling and he's dropping. Sellers could be the best quarterback in this class.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's very, very easily, because a lot of the questions that we had with Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts as well at the time.
He was looked at as a Heisman candidate this year,
right,
before the season started.
Sure.
He's not even spoken about it because he can't stay healthy.
Yeah, and also, like, you're questioning, like, the throwing abilities with him the same way with a lot of these, like, dual threat running type quarterbacks too. You're looking for more of those, like, teams today are looking for more of those Josh Allen types, but since Lamar Jackson got really elite they have, more of those other types are coming out now, or they're going to rise. And you were talking about like whether the team should trade up for this quarterback class too. Like, also remember, like, you'll have Arch next year. You'll probably have some other guys that didn't play well this year that could come back. Maybe Nussmeier comes back with Lane Kiffin at LSU. Maybe you could look at Klubnik at Clemson. You're going to have a lot of others, and then you have other ones that break out.
Meyer is going in the draft.
Yeah, but again, you're not going to have to trade up for him for that kind of thing. If I'm the Jets, you probably just wait on.
I think Nussmeier is smacking himself in the head right now that he should have went into last year's draft because he was a top 10 pick. Yeah. And now all of a sudden, Nussmeier might even fall out of the first round. He might be a second round talent.
He's made some really bad decisions this year with the football. It's like hard to get past how boneheaded he's been. It gives you like those like the stuff that they didn't like about Sam Darnold when he came out, that he would just throw it up in the middle of the field and do this dumb stuff. Sellers, I would be surprised if he comes out this year. I think he's going to transfer. Look, you don't want to say it's bad to be loyal to a school, but in the NIL world, Sellers went back and they were bad, and it ruined his draft stock this year. And he should have transferred, or he should have came. He really shouldn't have stayed there. It was a mistake. It was a huge mistake by him. So now he has to make a choice. Does he come out and get taken in the second round as a project, like Jalen Hurts was taken in the second round because they didn't think he was a complete player, but Hurts had no more eligibility. This kid does. Or do you go back, get the transfer money, which is probably better than you're going to see as a second round pick, or around the same, and then see if you can't get back into that top 5 conversation for next year's draft.
The final college football playoff rankings were released on Sunday, and the committee's decision was a shocker from some teams on the bubble. The top of the rankings stayed pretty much as expected, with the 4 teams receiving byes, which were number 1, Indiana, number 2, Ohio State, SEC champions, number 3, Georgia, and Big 12 champion, Texas Tech, which is number 4. The home teams for the first round of the playoffs will be number 5, Oregon, number 6, Ole Miss, number 7, Texas A&M, and number 8, Oklahoma. These also were pretty much decided once Alabama lost to Georgia. What happened with the last 4 teams shocked the entire college football world. Taking on Oregon at number 12, James Madison University, who makes it because unranked Duke beat Virginia for the ACC champion title, putting the Sun Belt champ into the 20. Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin and half the coaching staff will take on American Athletic Conference AAC champion number 11 Tulane with coach John Sumrall, who is leaving to coach Florida next year, but will coach in the playoffs. Number 7 Texas A&M takes on number 10 Miami, and number 8 Oklahoma takes on number 9 Alabama. Right before the college playoff announcement, Notre Dame was listed as a minus 2,000 favorite to make the tournament. They did not make it. The committee surprised everyone and didn't hold Alabama's early season loss to 5-7 Florida State, or Georgia blasting them 28-7 in the SEC championship game for their third loss against them. Miami lost to unranked Louisville and SMU, which Miami was expected to make. I believe that. I don't think Miami doesn't make it unless some catastrophic thing happens. I was very surprised Alabama got it. Very surprised. The only way I thought Alabama was getting in is if they knocked off Georgia or made the game so very close that it really went down to the wire and challenged Georgia all the way to the end. They got their butts whipped 28-7 by Georgia. They shouldn't have been on the same field as the Georgia Bulldogs. They really shouldn't have. And that was the surprising thing that happened on Saturday when I was DJing at that runway show, is watching Alabama get their butts whipped on national television. But the fact that Notre Dame, Love is one of the best, more prolific top talented offensive players we've seen all season long, the running back, who everybody expects to be a top end player, one of the better offensive players coming out of this class, and to not see him play for maybe a national championship this year or even fight for a national championship. And we're talking about him up for a Heisman Trophy. To not see this guy, this kid, to me, it's just absolutely appalling. Now, if you remember Boise State last year, and they had Genty and Boise State, I think they made it to the Final 12.
Yeah, they were the number 3 seed.
Yeah, they got knocked out pretty quick in the tournament. I don't know if Notre Dame would have, wherever they would have matched against, whoever they put them against, and I don't know how they would have been seeded. But whoever they matched against, I don't know, unless they were matching against James Madison or one of these guys, which they probably wouldn't have. They would have been against one of these more ranked teams like Texas A&M or whoever. They probably lose. But I would probably rather watch Love and Notre Dame play, especially how well they played all season long. What did they lose one game this year?
They lost twice for a combined 4 points.
Okay, so they lost twice this year. And I would have rather seen them than James Madison or Tulane. And I'm not taking shots at Tulane. Tulane's had a sensational year. They won their championship. So I'm not gonna say that Tulane doesn't deserve to be there. The coach is going to coach Florida next year, one of the better SEC teams in the country. So, and he's gonna get himself a nice recruiting class. But my problem here and the way they judge us, and I was looking at how they judge who gets into this tournament. So I'm going to read this to you guys. You tell me if Notre Dame doesn't fit all these things. So they say they look at beyond strength of the schedule, the committee's 12 core metrics for comparing teams remaining the same. CFP officials say that these measures are the most impactful when separating teams. Relative scoring offenses, the percentage of offensive points scored compared to the opponent's averaging scoring defenses. Relative scoring defenses, percentages of defensive points allowed compared to the opponent's average scoring offense. Relative total offense, percentages of offensive yards gained compared to opponent's average. And relative total defense, percentage of defensive yards allowed compared to opponents' averages. So they look at these, I guess, statistics and metrics on how they compare these teams and how they believe the committee believes they should make the Final 12. Now, I don't know what all this means. I'm not going to tell you that I do know what it means. I think Fish, as far as I'm concerned, being that he's the economics major, or even Speedy with his analytics, would probably understand how to explain that. What I do know is I look at the eye test, and the eye test tells me that Notre Dame, to me, in their conference, were one of the top 2 teams in their conference and one of the top 12 teams in the country all season long. Alabama was not. Alabama shouldn't have made it. And I understand the committee. They look at Alabama. This is not Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide. Now, they have a great recruiting class. They're going to have guys that are going to be drafted in the 1st and 2nd and 3rd round. They've always had that background. They've won how many national championships? 5, 6 national championships with Nick Saban. That's great. This isn't Nick Saban's team, and this is not the same Alabama team we've seen over the years with Nick Saban. But again, the committee looks at Alabama as the same team every single year. For some reason, they look past what they've done all season long. And they did not deserve to make the Final 12. They did not. I don't care what anybody says. They did not even really challenge Georgia in that SEC championship game. And to me, when you look at that and you look at, and I know everybody looks at these points in the system of the metrics and everything like that, you're going in your conference championship game and you're measured against the team that's making it, you got to put on a fight. And if you're not going to put on a fight and you don't show up in that game, how could you let them squeak in with 3 losses? They're the only team in this tournament that has 3 losses. The only team. It doesn't make any sense how they're the only team to sneak in. I understand it's Alabama, but It doesn't make any sense. And I know, Speedy, before we started the show, I think yesterday we were talking about it, and you think the sleepers in this Final 12 is Oklahoma and Alabama, and they're facing off against one another. Why?
Yeah, because Alabama, I think, still offensively has enough prowess for that kind of thing, and defensively, they're not as good as they were 2 years ago. But I think they were still enough of a defense, even without Saban there, to be strong enough. That being said, they are definitely not the Saban level defense. Oklahoma is interesting because they have their quarterback healthy, and Mateer, who was a lot of people's Heisman radars at the beginning of the season. Then he got hurt, and then he kind of struggled on his way back. Oklahoma beat Alabama head-to-head, though. That's why they're the higher seed, obviously, in addition to them only being a 2-loss team. And they have a really dangerous defense with a coach in Brett Venables that won some titles with Clemson as a defensive coordinator with a huge part. Look at all those great Clemson defenses they had.
I'm again, going back to what we were talking about off air and trying to compare and look at all these teams that have made it to the Final 12, I question a lot. Now, Texas A&M deserves to be here. Now, before they lost against Texas, they were one of the higher seeds, and it was expected to be one of the top, if I'm not mistaken, top 3 higher seeds.
They were 3 at the time.
Yeah, and they fall. Yep, and then they fallen all the way to number 7, and that's crazy. After losing against Texas, they fell from number 3 to number 7 that quick. And that's the crazy thing on the metrics in comparison to how they declare these guys and where they're seated. And to me, I still don't understand it when I'm looking at these metrics and they're trying to post them up to explain it.
Because it's all BS, Errol.
I got it. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Out, though. So you said
there is no
ask
way.
Me as an economics teacher. Here's my economics. Follow the money. You get $4 million as a conference for your team making the college football playoff. $4 million. The ACC could not put their champion in because Duke upset number 17 at the time, Virginia. That put James Madison, who was ranked like 25th or something before they won their conference, so probably 24, 25, they get in by default. So now one less spot is available for a team like Notre Dame. So now you're kind of stuck between those 3 teams for 2 spots. And there's the ACC saying, hey, Notre Dame doesn't have a conference.
Right.
We need that money. Here's our marketing power behind getting that money. Put Miami in. Miami was not expected to make it, Errol. A million things had to go right in the last 2 weeks of the season. I know you're right. I honestly, I felt the same way. I thought they were the best team of those teams.
And I agree with you. And I know a lot of things had to go right. And I know where you're going to go with this because a lot of people said that. But I thought unless some catastrophic thing happened in the last week, I thought Miami was going to sneak in. They were going to get Miami because of Beck. Beck is like this. Everybody loves this kid, and they want to see Beck go and try to win a national championship. This is his final year. He's jumped from how many colleges? Right. I mean, he's been in the portal like 3-4 times. I mean, how long has he been in college football? It feels like he's been there for ages. So everybody wants to see this guy try to win a national championship. So I just didn't believe that Miami wasn't going to sneak in. But I was shocked that Alabama snuck in the way they did with 3 losses. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to my friend. My friend came to me and he said, who do you got, Georgia or Alabama? I said, I'm going to go with Alabama because if Alabama loses, there's no way they make this tournament. No way. So I'm going to go with the Crimson Tide.
I just don't get it. Like Notre Dame's losses were by 4 points total, 3 points to Miami at the very beginning of the season in August. That game was August 31st.
They almost came back to win, too. They were down big in that game.
Right. They rattled off 10 straight wins after losing by 3 points to them, and then 1 point to A&M, who we just said is ranked 7th. So that was their entirety of their losses. Look at the losses from Alabama. They lost to Florida State, a losing team this year. They got smacked just a second ago by Georgia. And look, their best win of the season was against Georgia. So, they got smacked in that rematch. I thought that was enough for everyone to say, you know what? They're clearly not up to that caliber. Let's keep them out of the playoff this year with that third loss. But they kept them over Notre Dame. It's wild. And Notre Dame's AD is real pissed about it. I mean, as you can imagine. But think about this for a second. Every single other one of their sports, their varsity sports, basketball included, are in the ACC.
Right.
So now we may see Notre Dame try to pull out of the ACC in all their other sports. There's a lot of people upset about this.
Well, they're trying to
over
make a
there.
statement, and I don't know if it's one that they can necessarily win because they're trying to do it for their own values. I know Texas used to do that in the past with the Longhorn Network and stuff like that, and stuck to their own guns. Even though they were in the Big 12, they were not trying to schedule anything extra because of that. And again, I guess in that tight of a tiebreaker scenario, they couldn't reward it.
You know what really bothers me about, first of all, Marcus Freeman, who was possibly going to be an NFL coach a couple of years ago, he went to a national championship. He fell short in a national championship. He was, one play away from possibly winning a national championship. And then 2 years later, has a chance to go into a tournament again and make another run and fall short. They're not playing in their ball game. As a matter of fact, today they announced that they declined playing in their bid for their bowl game, which tells me they're so upset. They don't even care about the money they're going to get on that ball game. They'd rather not play. They'd rather not even show up to the game.
You have a chance, Errol, to win a national championship, or you have a chance to win the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which is what they would have been put in against BYU, who lost their matchup as well. They said, we're not interested. We'll have our own Pop-Tarts from the store for a couple of bucks if we
It's really about money. When you think about these bowl games, it's all about money, and it's all about money for the NCAA to make. And they want to stick it to the NCAA, and they want to say, you know what? We're not going to play in the game. We don't care about the money you're going to give us, the extra money you're going to give us. We're a rich school. Notre Dame is one of the more prestige schools in the country. We don't need it. And they're making a statement. They're telling you, we don't need to play in that ball game. You want to stick it to us, we're going to stick it to you, and it's going to cost you money. And that's the way they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. And again, the committee is not going to advocate for that kind of thing against Notre Dame specifically, just because they're going to have different things. Now, each school has their own boosters. Each school has their own advocacy for their own things, especially with NIL. But at the same time, it's not the logic that has to be used in this kind of instance for the ranking.
And you know what's funny? Because I'm reading what Fish is saying to Tommy, and he says, well, who's going to fill in? There's somebody.
Georgia Tech is already in.
Yeah, somebody will fill in, but it's not Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Okay? So when you're talking about trying to sell advertisements and sponsors, and you have advertisers and sponsors going to do commercial and commercial settings, those advertisers are not going to want to work with that particular game because it's not a Notre Dame. It's who cares about Georgia Tech?
Well, one of the nasty secrets, Errol, of like college football forever was that the bowl games, those like lesser bowl games, cost the schools money.
Yeah.
They don't make any money whatsoever on these bowl games. So the schools don't want to participate in them if they're like a 6-6 team. But apparently if you're 6-6, you qualify for a bowl. So sometimes you go because you want it to be good. You think it's good for your program.
And now they're adding
these places don't
5
want
and
to do
7
it.
teams because of these other teams dropping out. Notre Dame wasn't the only one. There's
5
like
and 7.
Yeah.
No, this is really for the NCAA. They're making the money off of it. And they're making something.
That's what the conference is,
yeah, the school is making something,
the
but they're
Big
not
12,
making anywhere. Yes.
The Big 12 fines you $500,000 if you don't play in the bowl game. And there's 2 teams that decided that, well, actually, that's going to save us money because that's how big of a loss these bowl games are. It's such an outdated way to do it. It's an exhibition game after the season's over. Why are we doing that? Anyone who's got an NFL stock, either not even for this year, for next year, they're not risking themselves in something like this. It ends up becoming like you might as well just have like a junior varsity game, put all the backups in, whatever.
It becomes a profit loss, I think, mainly with the 5 and 7 and even the 6-6 teams you're referring to are the schools that like that have been there to other like minor bowl games for a while. Maybe not the schools that are getting there for the first time or anything like that, but any of those schools that are in the Power 4 conferences that are lower end are going to not benefit.
I wrote a story about the college football tournament, and it's up on our website. And you go to our website. It's very, very funny. And I gave you my thought behind the whole debacle of the committee. And I think the committee is they've for years have reached it. It's a bunch of old guys sitting in a round circle and making a decision in 5 minutes. Oh, okay, we're going to go with this team just because it's this team and this coach. Or I was sleeping with this guy 2 years ago and I'm going to go with this guy. I don't know. I don't know how they're making the decisions because these metrics, and that's why I kept bringing it up. And I wanted to read off the college football and how they're choosing who makes it and who doesn't by looking at these metrics, and I pretty much gave you my take to it. I don't understand it. How do you post something like this up? I know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, they're changing their logic every
That's
year.
what I'm saying when I'm posting this stuff up. And I'm trying, I wanted to see how they're judging and using the metrics on who makes it and who's not. The reason why I did that is because the truth is it doesn't make sense. So it is BS. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing is bullshit. That's what it is.
Yeah, and to explain it a little further, Fish, what you were describing at the end of the season was like Miami blew out Pitt at the end of the year. Pitt was an ACC contender for a while. They might have made the ACC championship game if they won that game instead of obviously Duke, who got in instead. It might have been Virginia and Pitt. And then you got Notre Dame, who played well but kind of struggled down the stretch. That was kind of the argument, I guess, to make with Miami over Notre Dame because their strength of schedule was pretty similar and they won head-to-head, which head-to-head, it's interesting they factor that in now because usually it's not as applicable because a lot of the teams fighting for spots don't play with each other. Now, again, it's interesting with the standards that they're holding with the ACC, trying to put somebody else in when obviously there's a different conference championship instead. That being said, JMU, I think, and Tulane, based on the rule, end up deserving it. That leaves, as we've got into it, Alabama. Alabama has been a mix of, I think the college football playoff in the times they've existed and mostly gotten the top 4 teams.
They make it every year.
But most of the controversy of slim pickings outside of the Notre Dame and Texas A&M from 2020 are mostly based on Alabama. Now, I thought Alabama should have gotten in over Ohio State when they did in 2017. That being said, Errol and I mentioned it 2 years ago, Florida State and Georgia both not getting in over Alabama that year.
To me, that's like a smack in the face because everybody knows I'm a Seminoles fan.
Yep.
And that was the year when we speak about the defense. They were the best defense in the country, Florida State. And everybody says, well, they got their butts whipped by Georgia. And the reason why they got their butts whipped by Georgia, because after they got knocked out and they were the only undefeated team that did make that tournament, what did they do? All their star defensive players sat out. Because they were going.
Quarterback suffered an injury, never played football again.
No, I know the Jets
he
drafted
never
him.
played again.
I know the Jets
couldn't come back from that injury, and that was it. And they didn't even let him in. Unbelievable that they did that.
Which is why I was mentioning last week, you can't hold Ole Miss to that same kind of thing just because they lost their entire coaching
and you know what's so weird about that, and going back and forth on how they're judging and how they're using these metrics to get these guys or these teams in to this tournament. What throws me off about it is you look at the coach, and again, Nick Saban or even Dabo Swinney. I remember before the season started, Dabo Swinney and Clemson was like the heavy favorites of winning the national championship.
I was wrong about them.
And they didn't even make the tournaments. As a matter of fact, they looked so bad at some points this year that Dabo Swinney should have lost his job. But because it's Dabo Swinney, if Dabo Swinney and the Clemson they only had 3 losses, Clemson makes the tournament too. And that's the problem right now with the committee. They're looking at the star power of the coaches, the star power of the players. That's why I say with Beck, I absolutely believe the Hurricanes are going to make this tournament. Everybody said, oh, things had to fall into place. Alabama, okay? Things had to fall into place for Alabama to make this tournament. And one of the main things is them beating Georgia. They didn't even come close. They got their butts whipped. The game was over in 5 minutes of the game. It was over.
Yeah, at least compete. Like if they lost by 7, even okay, maybe you could have a case to get him in over.
The game was over in 5 minutes.
And that's
5 minutes.
Now, again, you look at a case of they're changing the conference championship rules next year because, okay, Alabama's going to play this extra game. There's a chance they get this extra loss. So we've seen teams either get screwed by that or even boosted by the fact that they play in the conference championships or not. Because it's not like basketball where the conference champion automatically gets in no matter what, and it just affects the seeding. In football, you could still end up winning your conference and lose. Like Penn State in 2016, I thought got screwed because they were a Big Ten championship team. They beat Ohio State, who was the number 1 team that year, and they didn't get in over Washington. And that's why I think they're changing these conference championship rules. So I don't think Alabama, like losing by 7, maybe would have missed, but getting blown out.
How about when TCU went to the national championship?
Well, TCU was undefeated up until
that's not my point. If you look at their schedule and their strength of schedule, if you look at who TCU had to really beat the whole season, there was like only 2 teams in the top 15 that they beat. And they went all the way to the national championship and they got their butts whipped by Georgia. When you watch it, the whole point of bringing this tournament together and 12 teams, 12 of the top teams in the country, the reason why you're doing this is you want to see the best teams play against one another to fight for a national championship. You do not want to see a team that shouldn't be there go out against a team that's so much more of a superior team than you are, and then beat you by 50. That's embarrassing.
Yep. And
So
it's also a bad look when you look at judges of the committee too. Like, I think Alabama's a really good team, but I can also say they're also undeserving at the same time because they have 3 losses and, like Fish was saying, a blowout loss in that championship game, and they lost to a 5-7 Florida State team by double digits.
I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot what I was gonna.
Well, I was gonna let you air because I had one more crazy thing to say.
Oh, I remember. Look, there's one matchup here, the Ole Miss Tulane matchup. That's unbelievable because Lane Kiffin leaves the coaching staff. John Summerall doesn't.
Yeah.
So they're both gone next year, but one stayed and one left, and now those are the 2 teams that are facing in the first round of the playoff. That's crazy.
My attack is to Josh Silverberg. Because Josh Silverberg on his show came out and he was sticking up for Ole Miss, saying that it was selfish for Lane Kiffin to leave the way he did. And my attack here is if Lane did it and Summerall did the same thing, why is Summerall still look like a god right now for Tulane? He's still going. He still has a chance to win a national championship. He still has a chance to move on. And right now, Lane Kiffin, that was when I put my story out this weekend, my attack to Ole Miss is Lane Kiffin's going to be sitting on the opposite side of the field behind Tulane, watching the game and giving them all the information, probably giving them all their takes or all their play calling. Why not? Stick it up their ass. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. When you look at Ole Miss now, they look like the biggest joke of this tournament because Summerall right now is going and he's heading to Florida, enjoying his reign with Tulane. Reign with Tulane. And now, and Lane Kiffin is not going to be able to be coaching for Ole Miss, but he has a chance to move on in this tournament and maybe face off against whoever, Oregon or Alabama, if they knock out Oklahoma or even Oklahoma or whatever, however way he was going to miss. Because if Lane Kiffin was there with Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin moves on after they knock off Tulane, and maybe Lane Kiffin wins his first national championship. Maybe Ole Miss wins their first national championship since 1960.
It would have been Georgia, and I think they would have beaten Georgia.
So it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. And by the way, Josh, I give you a lot of compliments. That was a horrible take. Horrible take. To say that Lane Kiffin owed it to the school to go back to them, give me a break. Nobody owes anybody anything. It's all about mucho dinero. That's all I'm saying. I see it. $90 million, and Ole Miss would not offer him $10 million more to stay there? That's a joke. I'm going to LSU. I got a chance to go into the portal. They're giving me more portal money, more opportunities to win a championship and get back to the NFL, which I've been wanting to go since Oakland decided to part ways with me. I'm telling you, Lane Kiffin is not going to be at LSU longer than 2 years. He wins the national championship. He's going to flee, and he's going to go to the NFL. Does that make him a bad person? I already know that he's a big ass. Everybody knows that Lane Kiffin is an ass. But guess what? He's a rich ass. And I'd rather be a rich ass than anything else. So I'm taking the rich. So I'm not hating on Lane Kiffin. I think Lane Kiffin made the right decision. He made the right decision for him and his family. And I think Ole Miss is going to be smacked in the face against Tulane because of it. All right, our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap. All right, my golf clap of the day goes to the Cleveland Browns. And I don't know if this is a golf clap. I don't know if this is a turd of the day. It's something. As after the game, and I've heard many different players attack Stefanski on what he did with Shador throughout the game. And one of them is up for Defensive Player of the Year. And Garrett, who Myles Garrett has been one of the more prolific, dominant defensive forces we've seen in 20 years in a regular season. He's been unbelievable. But the fact after the game, when Stefanski goes up there and he speaks to the press and he announces that his quarterback one for the rest of the season is Shador Sanders, is an absolute joke. An absolute joke. And I'm going to tell you why. Deshaun Watson, there is news coming out that Deshaun Watson will be on the Cleveland Browns next year, and he is considered to be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns next year, and he's considered to make almost $70 million next year. $70 million next year. So they're not waiving his contract. He's going to be playing with his hands and playing with his Tootsie Rolls in the back room. Whatever he's going to be doing, he is still going to be the starting quarterback. And guess what? Shador is going to be fighting for that QB1 next year before the season starts. And what does that smell? That smells bad news for Shador Sanders, because Shador, even though he looked half decent yesterday, he hasn't looked good in his first 3 starts. And to me, he is a bona fide second string quarterback. That's what he is. And the only reason why he's going to get a chance to be QB1, I feel bad for Dillon Gabriel, because as soon as he went down, he knew he was going to lose his job. He was never going to get that job back because, 1, Shador Sanders is the number 4 selling jersey right now in the NFL. And 2, every single fan has this love fest for this guy, even though the guy hasn't done anything in the NFL yet. And he was a 5th round draft pick. And for some reason, after the first round of the draft last year, he was singing and rapping in a DJing booth. So my thought here is Shador Sanders is an absolute bust, and Deshaun Watson, and having him come back is even more of a bigger bust. So next year, the Browns will not be drafting a quarterback in this class because it wouldn't make any sense. So they're not going QB1. So my golf clap goes to the quarterback situation with the Cleveland Browns, and the despicable thought that this Browns team is going to waste another year with no quarterback. So there it is. My golf clap goes to the Cleveland Browns in their debacle of quarterback play. And I feel bad again for Dillon Gabriel. It doesn't make any sense. And I feel bad for the kid. And he's never going to get, I don't even think the chance as a starter in the NFL again, unfortunately. So I love the kid. I met him at the Heisman Trophy dinner last year. He was very, very nice kid. I thought very highly of him. And after him being drafted, I think it was in the 4th round, I thought he was going to get his chance. What did he play? 3 games? And after 3 games, and I've seen, and I don't care what anybody says, to say that Shador looks even a little bit better than Dillon Gabriel is a joke, because he hasn't looked better than Dillon Gabriel. They've both looked really, really bad. But to say that Shador Sanders has got a chance to win that QB1 position next year and go against, that tells me Dillon Gabriel's not even going to make the team in the offseason. It's a sad situation for Dillon Gabriel. So when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to Savannah Bananas pitcher Connor Harris and Savannah Bananas coach and director, our friend Adam Viron. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What is up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. Starting us off, reports out of San Francisco to ESPN last Thursday say former Angels manager Ron Washington will join the staff of first-year manager Tony Vitello. Washington missed most of the 2025 season after recovering from quadruple bypass surgery and was not kept on as manager after the conclusion of the season by the Angels. Washington, who's 73, has long been one of the best infield coaches in baseball, dating back to his time with the Moneyball Athletics. Also managed the Texas Rangers to back-to-back World Series appearances in 2010, 2011. Washington will be the veteran presence GM Buster Posey clearly wants for Vitello, who comes over to the major leagues after winning the national championship with the Tennessee Volunteers, a jump never done before from the college ranks straight to the pros. Washington, who was once tasked with getting Scott Hatteberg to be a passable first baseman, will have a similar task with last year's trade acquisition Rafael Devers, with his move off the hot corner to the other side of the diamond next season, after famously refusing to do so for the Boston Red Sox. And the Penn State Nittany Lions have made it official and hired Iowa State's Matt Campbell to an 8-year contract to be their next head coach. Coach Campbell is without a doubt the right leader at the right time for Penn State football athletic director Patrick Kraft said in the statement. He's a stellar coach and with a proven track record of success, and his values, character, and approach to leading student athletes to success on and off the field align perfectly with the traditions and values of Penn State. Campbell was 72-55 in his decade as a head coach of Iowa State and 35-15 at Toledo from 2011 to 2015. Iowa State won the Big 12 and an automatic playoff berth last season in 2024, finishing with an 11-3 record. This season, Iowa State started out hot, 5-0 before dropping 4 in a row, finishing 8-4 overall. Many in the media are being critical of Penn State for botching this hiring process, as many other candidates seemingly turned down Happy Valley after they dismissed longtime coach James Franklin earlier this season. Franklin was already rehired by Virginia Tech before Penn State ended up with Campbell. Campbell might be a good coach, but for the We Are Penn State crowd, apparently the available coaches right now are telling us that the once fabled football program has fallen to We Are second rate. That said, Campbell is well liked in coaching circles and may be able to pull it off, but make no mistake if he does, it's not because he was Penn State's first choice or second choice, but because those people thumbed their noses at the program that unceremoniously dispatched a well-liked and respected coach in Franklin earlier this year. Monday Night Football right now, just about to start second quarter. The Chargers have a 7-3 lead on the Eagles. In the NBA right now, just about the end of the third quarter, the Pacers have a 92-88 lead on the Kings. It's 61-57 Suns over the Timberwolves at halftime. With 4 minutes left in the second, it's 64-43 Spurs over the Pelicans. In hockey tonight, we only have one game in action. The Maple Leafs have a 1-0 lead on the Lightning. Still to come tonight, Mammoth Kings, Flames Sabres, Canucks Red Wings, and Kraken Wild. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Love Rick saying, nobody. Absolutely. Voodoo. Carl plays with himself.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I don't know who picked this track. This kind of is lame. It kind of dries out this show. 631-672-3108. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all the shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guests in, because they're in right now, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, they're giving an extra 10% off on all their orders. If you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to their website at www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, you can get yourself 10% off every single beef, patty, steak, whatever beef you like. Or you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, I love my steaks. I like them nice and juicy. I like them nice and raw. I like them nice and well done. If you like them and you like your I don't know, your A1 sauce or whatever the hell you want to put on it, ladies and gentlemen, 10% off on any steak you want. And if you like Omaha Steaks, go get your doubles, your triples, or even get something long and thick like Speedy likes it. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, these guys, one of them has been on our show before. We love him every time he comes on the show. We are now talking to Savannah Bananas pitcher Connor Harris and Savannah Bananas coach and director, our friend Adam Viren. What's up, boys? How are you?
Hey, it's doing great. How about yourself?
We're good, and you guys go back and forth. I can see who's the coach and who's the player. And Jabba, ladies and gentlemen, he should pop in. So Jabba's been moving his son. So his son's coming back from school, and his son plays for Hampton. And Jabba might be obviously looking to land a job. I don't know. He might be a pitching coach there for Hampton. And there he is.
It's Hutchinson, you ding dong.
I'm sorry.
Hutch. Give it a Hutch. I almost went there, Jabba.
There you go.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
How we doing, Jabba?
Man. I know your hometown. I'm from Omaha, my friend, and went to Papillion La Vista back in the day.
Oh, good old Papio.
That's right, baby. I'm a little older.
Love it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no doubt. What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
It's great.
Doing
seeing you,
great,
man.
Java.
Hey, first of all, that's what I'm talking about. That fires me up. Fires me
You
up
kidding
right
me?
there. Oh, love it. JD too. Love it.
Yeah, baby.
I was a Royal and I played with JD.
There you go.
And he doesn't have a hit off me.
He had to have that.
Hey, Java, check.
Java had to have that.
Oh,
This is my little.
that's what I'm talking. Dude, that's crazy. Like when I see stuff like that, and like the 62 was never like, it was Scott Shields before, like that made setup like what it was in baseball when he was with the Angels, and then to see 62, it's not really a popular number. When you see all those things too, and they're like, oh, it's because of you, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. Like it's one of those cool things that you never think that you're gonna have that opportunity and be able to like have people wear these things, and it's just like it's super cool. But what's not super cool is I haven't got an invite when you guys are going to be in Lincoln at Haymarket and Memorial to throw. That's what I want to know.
Your invite's gonna be in the mail. Moves a little slow this time of year. Holiday season.
Okay.
So just wait, man. You'll
right.
probably actually get a text message instead of that snail mail, my friend.
Perfect. All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going anyways, but I was like, yeah, I probably should jump on board on this thing, right?
I think our bet should be held over there. I think during like halftime, we should have one of their guys and you pitch and me try to steal on you 5 times. How about that? And somebody get in, the box and try to swing against you, and me try to steal against you.
It's not going to happen.
You say it's not going to happen, so why do we do it?
I'm gonna pick you off before you ever steal a base.
Why do we do it? And we'll do that Savannah Banana game. Why not? Why not? I would love to do it. So then when I do it and I get a chance to stand at second base and put my hands up saying, I got you, Java. I gotcha. What are you going to say then?
Hey, see, you noticed that he wanted to steal a base. Like he didn't want to face me in the box. So he wanted the free base.
Hold on. Free base? Free base? I'm not.
Yeah, you're starting at first.
He didn't get that. It went over his head, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking to Savannah Bananas pitcher Connor Harris and Savannah Bananas coach and director Anna Viren. Listen, our bet, and it's pretty simple. Me and Java have a bet. We were going to do it in the summertime. It never happened. That there was supposed to be somebody going into the box. They have a catcher, and Java would pitch. I start at first base. I get 5 chances to steal against him. He's got to pitch against somebody because it can't be that easy. He's going to have to pitch around him, and I got to pick my pitches, and I got to figure out when I want to steal against him. And I got 5 chances to steal against him. So it never happened. Java couldn't come out here. It's going to happen. We're gonna make this bet, and we've had this bet, set up for it's got to be about 7 months now, right?
At least when Kevin Ment was on in like May or
it's
June,
been a long
he
time.
said he would be the hitter.
It's been a while. So, and I would love to do it. Why not do it at a Savannah Bananas game? It'll be fun. I don't care. Listen, if we can just entertain the fans and be complete jackasses, which I always am, as you all know.
Droba.
As we all know, there it is.
Droba, ass liquor.
We can have a little bit of fun. And I think the fans would love it. And why not do it in front of a whole stadium of people? Jabba Chamberlain against the mouth. Errol Marks.
We'll just let him have the fact that he thinks he can do it. That's fine.
No, let's do it. I want to do it. Let's do it.
No, I'm saying the fact that you think you're actually going to steal, and I'm not going to pick you off, and you're actually going to.
You know what it is you think I have no athletic ability whatsoever, and I'm pretty.
I never said that.
But you think I can't steal? I was a pretty good base runner when I was a kid. So I was. A good
You're 49 years old. Relax.
49. What? You're 43. I'm 3 years older than you. Okay, and I'm in just.
I look better than you though.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You want to bet on that too? You want to put money on that?
Beauty pageants.
You want to make a bet on that?
I don't. But also, I don't have to add a half an inch to my height either. So.
Oh, that's what it is. Now he's gonna make fun of money. Well, guess what? Maybe. listen, my stature's in my pants, buddy.
Perfect. That's fine. Hey, mine's in college, so I'm doing just pretty well for myself as well.
Listen, this is not. We're having fun, and by the way, and anybody that listens and watches our show, me and Jabba go back and forth. We like to have fun. We like to crack jokes at each other. So we're happy to have the two very important guys to really the product that the Savannah Bananas put out there. And it's funny because I was watching the Jimmy Fallon show a couple of weeks ago, and Steph Curry was on it, and Steph Curry brought up the Savannah Bananas and the product that they put out there, and that him and his children actually went to check it out that I think last year, and said that it's one of the best products right now. It's great. It's like how did they compare it to with
Globetrotters?
The Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. Now, when you hear something like that, guys, and you guys have been a part of it and really helped growth. When you hear something that from a great player like Steph Curry, from one of the faces of the NBA, what do you say from that?
Yeah, we hear that a lot. That's a big comparison, and it's an honor to be, compared to the Globetrotters. They revolutionized the game of basketball. The main difference is we didn't revolutionize the game of baseball. We were just putting a unique spin on it. But the entertainment aspect is really where people are coming up with that comparison. The biggest difference, right, is our games are not scripted like the Globetrotters. I went to a game 3 years ago here in Savannah, and the Globetrotters never, they were always up by 30 points, right? The Generals were instructed to lose. So, the competitive element is a big part of what we bring. It's real baseball, really highly competitive baseball mixed in with that entertainment. But when Jesse Cole says start the clock, it's on for real. And that's huge praise from Steph Curry and so many other people that say it. But hats off to them. But we're doing our own thing, running our own race, and we love every second of it.
Yeah, I think the combination of both the entertainment and the competitive side is what makes it so special, because it is so interesting and entertaining for so many different audiences. Like, we'll get 3-year-olds at our game and we'll get 83-year-olds at our game, and everyone in between, and they're all having a great time watching it.
Good job.
Yeah, no, like for me, it's like I love the fact, like, everybody always says baseball is boring, right? And getting to know Burnsy, like when this whole thing was going and we were kind of just talking about certain things, like I love how you brought a different dynamic to what actually baseball is, and it should be fun. But what I think a lot of people don't understand is how unbelievably talented you guys are in doing what you're doing. And like, where, like, as you sit and see where it started and where it is now, like, how much of that part is obviously the athletic ability of being great baseball players, but like, was there ever like a little transition of like the acting, or was that part of getting the right guys, was not only being obviously great baseball players, but also like the personality and like, hey, there's going to be a different dynamic to this. Like, and how did you figure out and pick and choose like kind of what was going to work and what wasn't?
Yeah, you nailed it, Jabba. It takes the right type of guy to play banana ball. It really does, because the name of our organization is Fans First. Everything we do is for the fans, and that's before the game, during the game, after the game, signing autographs, making those connections. That's not for everybody. There's guys that just want to suit it up and go out there and play, and that's totally fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in order to survive and actually thrive in Banana Land, you have to get out of your comfort zone. You have to make those personal connections. So not only do you have to be a great baseball player and highly athletic, you got to be an A+ human being. And that's one thing that we've been really proud of. I've been with the organization for 5 years. We've learned a lot, but present day, we just have high caliber, high quality individuals who know what this whole thing is about. They play at a high level. They're playing free and easy, unlike they were in college or pro ball. But more importantly, they're creating unforgettable moments by making those connections with those fans. So we value that culture piece more than the athleticism, because we can find good baseball players. They're out there. guys that got released, guys that are, in indie ball that didn't get signed. We can find those guys. But to find the right mix of, man, you're a fans first, you're a high culture guy, you get it, you're willing to send those trick plays, you're willing to do things a little bit differently, but also still play at a high level and have fun. We value the character immensely in Banana Land.
Yeah, the Viro and I have actually talked about this, but it's also the ability for all these players to be able to turn that switch on and off. So like Jabba, whether it was you were starting or relieving, when you ran out to that mound, it was like you were completely locked in. And you still are facing all of these really talented players, and you still have to be that locked in. But then you have to kind of take a step back and entertain for a sec, and then go back on the mound and face all of these really talented hitters again. So it's a learning curve for a lot of guys, including myself, of finding that moment of, okay, like now it's time to go.
So I want to bring up the rules. Adam, we've talked about the banana ball rules a lot. I love the showdown. I love the ball four sprints. Those are probably my two favorites of the ones we've discussed. For you, for any new rules that you guys have been thinking about coming up with, and for you, Connor, as a pitcher, like playing in those type of rules with that type of like, okay, you have this ball four sprints and stuff like that. How does it change from other levels of baseball that you played in the past?
Yeah, go ahead, Connor.
Me or you first, All right, I'll go. So it was an adjustment. So this summer I went right from pitching in college with obviously normal baseball rules to the banana ball rules. And the biggest adjustment is that it's just so much faster. Like you're getting the ball and going. And then the ball four sprints is just kind of another level to throw strikes, 2 pound the zone. But the game itself, I tell people this all the time, the game itself doesn't change. It's still that mano v mano, pitcher versus hitter mentality that makes baseball so special. It's just at a much faster level, and there's a lot of stuff going on. So you just need to stay locked in here. And then also, like Viro was talking about with the fans first, is you can't go have a bad game and then just go sit in your locker. Like you can't be like a bad teammate after that. Like you have to find a way of, okay, like now this is something that's bigger than baseball. It's bigger than the result. I have to go make an impact on a fan, because every time you go talk to these fans, it's their first time meeting you. So you got to go make that.
I'm going to touch on something there. And Jabba, you would have loved this when you were playing. We have our pitchers throw on average a pitch every 6 seconds, and that's literally from when they catch the ball back from the catcher to when they lift that lead leg. Working fast is a big deal. Batters cannot step out of the batter's box. So being able to kind of mess with them and disrupt that timing by working fast, getting those quick pitches in there. You also don't have to come set. We do have balks, but there's no balk for not coming set. So that quick pitching, that kind of stutter stepping, really has an opportunity to throw off those hitters to really kind of jam them up. The hitters know that the pitchers are working quick and filling up the zone. We want to induce contact because those guys behind them are ripping trick plays at a 98% clip. But the biggest change, at least for pitchers, they have the toughest time in banana ball because they're just gassed, right? The cardio has to be at an all-time high. They're working fast. Sometimes they have to throw in a dance, maybe not, but they're also facing really good dudes who are able to get comfortable in the box. But they have these kind of like little tools in their tool belt to disrupt that and kind of level the playing field. So pitching is a lot of fun in banana ball if you learn how to use it and you don't kind of revert back to, all right, make this pitch. You can do that, right? There are times I got to make this pitch. I'm facing Jake Skoll, former first-round pick out of high school. I got to make this pitch. Or I can just grab and go, piss him off, move him off the plate, quick pitch him, slide, whatever you got to do. It's kind of interesting, and we're continuing to unlock new ways that pitchers can kind of like level the playing field on these hitters because they know they're filling up the zone. That's the biggest transition for those pitchers.
I got a question too on that. Like, as far as like just the adjustments or whatever, like as far from the creative side of it, is there ever like a sit down, like, hey, this is what we're going to do? Or is it just kind of both like obviously you said it's not scripted, which we all know, but is there a creative aspect to it where you guys sit down and be like, hey, I think this works, or if there's like a viral TikTok dance or something that you can always throw in certain places? Do you have a creative, like where you guys sit before games or before like a tour or whatever you guys doing to be like, hey, I think this will hit, maybe it doesn't, and then maybe you thought something hit and it doesn't? Do you have like a creative or anything that you sit down and be like, yeah, that didn't really go great, or hey, we might want to change it, or hey, this was awesome, we're going to continue to do this?
Yeah, we have a whole creative team. We have a director of entertainment. We have a marketing team that they know the current trends on all the social media platforms, and they'll implement and program some. We do a thing called a 3-2-2. That's probably where you saw the pitcher and the second baseman, shortstop, and the center fielder all kind of converge, and they do that little dance and they throw a pitch. That's called a 3-2-2. Usually happens in the third inning, second batter, second pitch. Everybody knows it's coming. We just don't know what pitch is going to be thrown, but those things are programmed by our entertainment team. But we also get inspiration from the players. We want the players to be bought in. If players have great ideas, they will be bought in on those great ideas. And yeah, they may fall flat and we adjust, but every game we do anywhere between 25 to 30 different new elements, entertainment elements, every single game. We have our standards, but we also do new things because people who come to the games, they come to multiple games, we don't want to just be a one-trick pony where they said, I've seen it, I don't need to see it again. There's always going to be new things, kind of like Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live is usually a brand new show every single weekend. We are no different from the entertainment aspect of that.
Love that. Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I love you guys. I hope to see you guys again.
See you, buddy.
Hell yeah. Great meeting you, Java.
Connor.
But I was gonna add on to that in a way of.
Go ahead, Connor. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that right when I got to Savannah, it was very much encouraged to be yourself, and if you had any sort of ideas, like share them, and any way that you feel like you can be different. Like we always say, whatever's normal, do the complete opposite. So it just makes for such a great room of people just collaborating and trying to find some awesome ideas.
Well, and by the way, we are talking to Savannah Bananas pitcher Connor Harris and Savannah Bananas coach and director Adam Viron. He's been on our show before. Adam's a friend of the show, and he's been working with us trying to get us to a Savannah Banana game. And I'm not lying. Me and Jabba have been going back and forth. You could ask any of the guys on my show, my producers, my executive producers. This guy, he's ducking and weaving me. Now, he really doesn't believe that I can't steal from him. Now, I am athletically gifted. He can say whatever he wants. And he says, oh, well, why don't you get into a box? I never said I could get into a box and swing against him. And if I do that, I gotta get at least 500-600 pitches before I'm going to stand in a box that a guy who's already come out and tell me he could throw about 94, 95 still. So if he could do that, it's going to take a little bit longer to figure out how to swing against him. So, but when it comes to base stealing, it's really reading, seeing where he's going to pitch. And if he's pitching around somebody, if he's throwing it to the dirt, that's my best chance of getting a lead against him. So he thinks that I don't have it. I was a great athlete. I was a great hockey player. I was a semi-pro hockey player, could have been a pro hockey player before my knee. And the guy doesn't want to give me any credit. So you know what? I've told Jabba, we'll do it in front of a crowd of people. He won't do it. You know what it is, boys? He will not do it. Because if he knows he's going to be in front of 10, 15, 20,000 people, and I steal a base against Jabba Chamberlain, he will have a conniption. He will absolutely try to rip my friggin' head off. And then he comes out and he says, I'm in better shape than you. Jabba, we can have a contest with that. We'll have all the ladies vote. Okay? That's a different kind of contest. This man makes fun of my size. I'm 5'10 and a half. Okay. I'm not 6'3. I'm not 6'3, but I'm in good shape. I'm 205, 210. I'm in really good shape, but you don't want to give me any credit. You don't want to give me any credit. That's fine. He's my partner on this show, and I love him. But one-on-one, when it comes to anything he wants to do, I will face him. I told him I'll play basketball with you. And now my executive producer in the background, Fish, who you guys have seen before, he does our Sports Minute. He says, let's do something. Let's try to do a football thing. Let's try to do a baseball thing. Let's do a hockey thing. I'll do whatever Jabba wants if he wants to do it. I don't think he's going to do it. I really don't. So I'll call him out on it. Let's do it at a Savannah Banana game. I don't care. I am up for it. Jabba friggin' Chamberlain against the Mouth. And whoever wins, I'll do whatever he wants. I'll embarrass myself on a baseball field. I'll do a dance. I mean, I love to dance. I break dance. I do all that stuff. I'll do whatever he wants me to do to embarrass myself. Anyways, this is not about us. This is about you guys. And, it's so interesting because, Connor, I've always watched pitching. And to me, pitching is the hardest thing in sports. It really is. I don't care what anybody says. To me, you getting into the mind of a hitter and really dominating at the mound and trying to figure out what to pitch against a guy that's going to probably either guess the right way or guess the wrong way to hit against you. When you're on the mound, what is it like? Do you like that thought in your mind where you have the control of the game and the game is in your hands? Or are you not one of those guys that don't like the control of the game and you want to make sure that everybody is working everybody's working in sync with each other on the field, or even your manager or your coaches, in the dugout?
Well, great question. So I don't think anyone that's a pitcher will deny the fact that they love to be in control of the game. The game starts with you. There's no way that anyone can hit a home run. No way anyone can get a strikeout, ground ball, anything without you throwing that pitch. So I used to always say, even at a young age, that I just loved being on the hill and I was able to look down at the hitter. But with that being said, you got to trust the people around you. So especially in banana ball, it works so fast. So a lot of times there'll be different sequences and the catcher will call out a sequence and you'll have 4 straight pitches and you know what they are. So you can literally catch the ball and go right back into it. So just like any team, you have a lot of confidence in yourself and you got to love that spotlight, but at the same time, you got to trust your teammates as well.
So last question for me, for both of you guys. Adam, obviously you've been with the team for a long time and you've had all these different types of celebrities that have come in and ex-baseball players that have played on the team. Even have some Errol's favorite football player, Travis Hunter, was involved with you guys this year.
He is not my favorite football player. Don't let him lie to you. All right, here's the quick story, guys. I have gone to the Heisman Trophy dinner twice. I'm going this year. It's December 13th. It's a week from, actually it's this week on Saturday. So I'm going to be in the city. I'll be at the Heisman. We'll see if Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman Trophy as he is expected to do. I was there when the Gremlin won. I gave him the nickname the Gremlin. It's Travis the Gremlin Hunter. All right. I was there. And here's the fact. That's him. That's our cartoon character of Travis. All right. Travis is an interesting dude. All right. I don't hate upon his personality. I think he has got a unique personality. He has a love fetish for Deion Sanders. All right. And Deion's there. I have a lot of respect for Deion because Deion has a great personality. He's one of the greatest at what he did as a football player. And he was actually a professional baseball player. He's the only player I can remember that have played in the same day 2 different sports. He's the only player I think has ever done that.
I think so.
So that's amazing what Deion Sanders has done. Travis Hunter is not Deion Sanders. So when we were at the Heisman Trophy dinner, he was up. They were all taking pictures with the Heisman Trophy before they go to the room where they're going to be. There's the announcement of who's going to win the Heisman. So I'm standing there and I'm up front and I'm talking to Ashton Genty. All right. It was Cam Ward and Ashton Genty, and we're going back and forth and we're talking about the draft. So I go up there and they were talking. Ashton Genty asked Cam Ward, if one of the New York teams drafted you, what would you do? Would you be excited to go to one of the New York teams? And Travis Hunter came right out. He's like, yeah, the Giants are pretty good. He's like, the Jets. Who wants to play for the Jets? So I'm a Jet fan. I heard him say it, and I turned around and I said, "Who are you?" And he says, And he said, he just started talking. He's, were you a Jet fan? He's like, yeah, you're in New York, you're in Manhattan. Obviously, I'm a Jet fan. And he went back and forth with me. And he says, yeah, I wouldn't want to play for the Jets. And I said, who would you rather play for? And I said, as a joke, I don't remember. I think it was Las Vegas or the Jaguars. And he looked at me. He's like, they're better than the Jets. I turned around and said, don't worry, we don't need you. We got Sauce Gardner. And I walked around. I walked out of the room, and two of the beat writers of Colorado came up to me and said, I can't believe you did that in front of all the media the way you did it. And I said, I don't give a crap who he thinks he is. I mean, you're going to attack the Jets in New York? I'm going to attack you. And then I gave him the nickname. So there you go.
Yeah. So
true story.
My basis was based on that question. Like, do you have any celebrities from other sports or celebrities from not even?
Oh,
sports,
I got to show you the jersey I got made for him. Hold on.
That were involved with the Savannah Bananas this year, and any upcoming any upcoming guys for this year that you guys have planned for the 2026 season.
Yeah, no plans yet. That's there. I know Jesse is the maestro behind that magic, but one of the epic celebrity non-baseball appearances that we had this past year was at Yankee Stadium, where we had Eli Manning come out and be a undercover umpire. And so in between innings, I don't know if you saw that, it was epic. In between innings, all the umpires run in, dug out, get a drink of water, and out runs all the umpires, including Eli Manning. And he goes to first base and he botches a call, and they review it. It gets overturned, and he gets thrown out of the game by the home plate umpire because he's ridiculous. But it was so funny because he had no idea what to do out there. He had no idea how to call safe or out. Like, it was for a guy that is going to be in the Hall of Fame, or I don't even know if he's on the Hall of Fame yet, but he will be.
He will be.
Yeah, he had no idea how to call safe or out. He had no idea where to stand. But that was an epic celebrity appearance. We also had some great musical guests, man. We had Chance the Rapper was out there, which was epic. We had 50 Cent, man. I gotta sign. That's right, man. I got a signed champagne bottle here from him. But yeah, we keep elevating our game on that entertainment piece, and it's kind of scary because now fans are expecting just amazing, celebrity appearances. So when we roll into a city and we don't have anybody, people are kind of let down that like Fitty or, Chance doesn't come out and do a song. But, nothing planned next year. But I'm sure there's going to be some epic appearances, no doubt.
It's so funny. You brought up 50. As long as he's not throwing on a mound, because we've seen what he did at Citi Field. He definitely can't throw. And I would love to see 50 Cent and P. Diddy play against one another. I would love to see that. After watching that documentary, I could see 50 throwing at P. Diddy.
So funny story. Funny story. When Fitty he flew in from Milan, just to do like a 3-minute little number of like a montage of all his top songs. It was epic. It was unbelievable. His bodyguards got arms like 30-inch arms, but right after he was done, he hopped back in that private jet and back over to Milan.
It's funny, and Jabba talks about shape and stuff like that. I'm a pretty big dude, okay, and he sits, I'm this and I'm that, and I made a joke. Have you ever seen the movie Flubber? I'm going to get myself into trouble, so I better stop. Anyways, did you guys see my Gremlin jersey over here? This is look at that. Oh, look how beautiful.
Oh, yeah, that's sweet.
Wow.
Yeah. The thing is, I got a Deshaun Watson jersey coming in the mail. I got on the back of it, it's got rub and tug.
Nah, never missing a beat, Earl. I love it, man.
You know what it is you have to have fun. And when I go to these events, and especially I'll be at the Heisman Trophy on Saturday, everybody that doesn't know me knows me because I'm loud, crazy, and I've got my own takes to everything. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. When I ask a question, I'm going to make sure that the athlete knows who I am and understands that I'm not one of those normal interviews that is boring, lame, and stupid. And you're going to ask the same damn question every single time. I want to make sure that, hey, that's a pretty good question. Oh man, that guy's out of his effing mind. You know, that's when you get remembered. I don't care. Jabba came on this show as a guest. And when he came on the show, I tell the story all the time. I'm only coming on for 20 minutes. That's what my producers told me. He ended up taking over the show for an hour and a half. Okay. And now me and him are business partners, and we do a show together. And I love working with Jabba Chamberlain. I'm not going to take anything, as much as we go back and forth and we undermine each other on the show in many different ways and making fun of each other. I've got a tremendous amount of respect for him, and he's got a tremendous amount of respect for me. He understands what I'm good at. I understand what he's good at. And that's what makes us a good combination. Speedy gives us that little edge, and then there's Fish and all the guys that work with us. And I think that has to do with a team. And you guys, so the Savannah Bananas is a team. The way you guys have built your organization, and I don't think anybody can copycat what you've guys done and how you elevated your sport to the next level. And it's changed baseball. It's made baseball even more interesting to watch, and it brings in new fans that might not be interested in the sport, are interested in the entertainment end of it. I think it's incredible what you guys have done. It really is. And every time I get a chance to see it on the internet, on TikTok and Instagram, you guys are some of the most watched frames on those channels, all those different platforms. It's fantastic what you guys do and how athletically gifted some of you guys are. And by the way, some of you guys can actually dance. I'm very shocked that some of you guys actually have some kind of dancing ability. I mean, because I've met a lot of athletes that have told me, "Oh, I could dance." I went to the NHL draft. What was it? It had to be about 6 years ago, and I went to a club after the draft, after the second day, and I was with a bunch of draftees, guys that got drafted, and they were telling me, "Oh yeah, I'm a fly dancer. I can break. I can do all this other stuff." I said, okay, let's see what you got. I tell the DJ to give me some break music. And this guy, I don't know what you call it. He was hipping and he was hopping, but he should have hipped and hopped out of the damn dance club because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So I think it's pretty incredible. You guys have some rhythm, and you guys are entertaining, man. I want to go and experience just being in the dugout and hanging out with you guys while you guys are doing it. I think or maybe even be involved with it. I would love to see Jabba get involved in the comedy end of it. Oh my God. If Jabba actually had any rhythm, and I don't know if he does, I would absolutely love to see Jabba Chamberlain try to do the moonwalk or the Roger Rabbit or something like that. I would love it. I would pay to see Jabba Chamberlain try. I would pay.
Jabba does have his high school theater background.
I would. Oh, that's another thing. He was telling us he was at Radio City and he was doing Broadway shows. So that would be fun to watch. Jabba Chamberlain in a Broadway show. But you guys are amazing. And Connor, the first time you've been on our show, and there it is. That's a great background. By the way, our executive producer Fish puts a lot of time into these graphics, and I think he does this tremendous job. And I've never met you, Connor, but you look like you have a great personality. You're young and up and coming, and we know Adam, you know we love you. Every time you come on this show, you brighten up our show, and you're just a unique individual. And what you and your partner's done with the banana, the banana product and Savannah Bananas is remarkable. You guys got, to me, I would love to do a live show at one of your events to entertain the fans while you're doing a live show. I would love to do it. If you guys would let us do it, I think we'd have you guys laughing. We'd have your fans laughing. We'll bring Jabba, and maybe we'll hang him up on a tree, and we'll use him as a piñata or something,
Let's get you out to a game. We talked about this last time, getting you out to a game. It didn't happen. We're coming back to Yankee Stadium for, I think we're playing 3 games at Yankee Stadium this year. So let's get Jabba back out there to the old stomping grounds, get you guys out there. I don't know if Speedy Petey is allowed in Yankee Stadium, but we'll put a mask on him and let him in. But yeah, let's get you out there, guys.
He better wear his underwear. I think one of your guys need to teach Speedy how to shave. I mean, this man needs some shaving, training. I mean, I bought him a Manscaped. He doesn't want to take it home with him.
I think give it to Josh.
No, you told me to give it to Josh. I wanted to give it to you. I mean, you need to do some cleaning in many different areas, if you know what I mean. But nevertheless, we would love to come out. We would love to come out and hang out with you guys. Like I said, I'm a big fan of your product and what you guys have been doing. And let's talk, Adam. You guys are coming out to New York. Let's do it. Let's figure out how we can do something together. And Job will come out 100%. He come out and do it. And maybe we'll get him to do this bet. I doubt it. No, I don't think he has it in him to embarrass himself. But if he does, I'm here for him. You know, I'm just kidding, Jabba. Calm down. You're going on, but I would love to do the bet. I would love to do the bet if he's willing to do it in front of the fans. I will do it. I have no problem.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing really quick on that. It has to do with the catcher so much, right? Like a lot is on the hold time and the break time of the pitcher, but so much is on the catcher, right? And so, you know, like
I think he can pick his catcher. He can throw to his catcher. I get to pick the hitter. There's got to be somebody that can hit the box because he can't. You know, if he's pitching strikes and nobody can hit the ball, it's like it's easy for the catcher to just throw it to second base. So I have to guess right, and I got to play. You know, it's a guessing game. You know, it's a mind game when you're on first base and you're trying to steal from second. You know, steal to second. I know it is. When I did it, it's an art. It's an art to do that. So if he thinks that I don't have the art work to do that, well, then let's make the bet and let's do it, baby. He's going to take all of us out to a nice steak dinner after I beat him in this bet. I get 5 chances to do it. So I 1 out of 5, I'm on. I think I could get 3 out of 5. How's that? Love you, Jabba. Love you. But let's do it. Let's figure it out. I'd love to have some fun. And I know my boys, all these guys would love it. They'd be videoing. Everybody would be videoing. I don't know if Jabba's going to love it, but I'd love it. And it'll be fun to watch. And a competition. I love competition. We love competition. You know, I think I don't care what anybody says, competition or not. I think we have the best show in America. I don't think there's anybody that comes close to what we do. So, and I put us against anybody. I put us against anybody on any network. And I think our knowledge and our entertainment and the product that we put out there is as good as anybody's. And I'm willing to bet anybody on that. I'd put anything on it. So if I'm so confident in that, I'm confident about anything. So why not be confident about stealing a base on Jabba Chamberlain? So that's it. Anyways, I wanted to add that to you guys, but Adam, I love everything that you guys do and keep up the good work. And we will talk off air. And it's very nice to meet you, Connor. I think it's sensational. I found out that, Nathan told me you were a Jabba Chamberlain fan. It's funny because Jabba was one of my favorite players in the mid 2000s. I never wore jerseys besides my own name on the back of the jersey. And there's only 4 Yankee jerseys I've ever bought. And Yogi Berra is one of them. Don Mattingly is another. Bernie Williams is another. And Jabba Chamberlain. So when Jabba came on the show, I was wearing a Jabba Chamberlain 2009 jersey. And he was like, yeah, rock that, baby. Rock that. Yeah. And over the years, over the last 2 years since we've been back and forth doing the stuff that we've been doing, I say to myself, I love the jersey. Maybe I should send it to Jabba so he can wear it, because every time I wear it, it might not smell very good after the show. So, yeah. So anyways, that's it. I don't want to get too deep into any more of my craziness on the show because I don't want to get myself into trouble. Anyways, you guys are sensational. Before we let you go, do you guys have any particular shows that are coming up in the near future that fans could know about or they can find buying tickets for the near future for the Savannah Bananas?
Man, good luck buying tickets, man. We're really fortunate that the 4.5 million people on the wait list to get tickets, but we open up down in Tallahassee at Florida State University. We're taking all 6 of our teams down there. We're going to play 2 games at Dick Hauser Stadium where Florida State baseball plays, and then we're going to go right across the street and play in the football stadium. And so that's where we open up. But we're coming to New York. We're coming to Lincoln, Nebraska. home of Jabo Chamberlain there, and all across the country. We're hitting 44 states, I believe. So we're coming to we're coming to a ballpark near you. You just do your best to get in. We're fortunate enough to have this moment in time where we're selling out, but we're in the off season right now. Connor's working his butt off, so when they come and watch him play, he's gonna continue to fill up that strike zone. But yeah, come on out. We're not hard to find.
Well, we're going to come out. When are you guys going to be in New York?
Connor, I'm going to rely on you for this one.
Tick tock, don't stop. I think he froze.
Yeah, it's sometime.
That's all right. You know what? I'll be in contact with you guys. We're absolutely up for going to a Savannah Banana game. I've never been to one. I watch it every time on TikTok and on the social medias, Instagrams. And like I said, you guys are rocking it right now. Everybody, I've seen people talk about it on Jimmy Fallon show. I've seen it on the Jimmy Kimmel show. I've seen it on ESPN. Everybody talks about what you guys are doing right now. It's Against the Party Animals, April 25th and 26th. How crazy is that? My birthday is the 29th. So you guys are going to be in New York around my birthday. Touristville, I'm going to come absolutely for my birthday. That would be so fun. I don't want you guys singing happy birthday to me. That's pretty embarrassing. But hey, you know what? If Jabba comes and if Jabba's willing to sing happy birthday to me, then you guys could do that too. I don't know if Jabba I don't think Jabba will ever do that. But hey, maybe he will. So anyways, Adam, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Connor. You guys are sensational. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you soon, buddies.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
I love the jerseys on you guys. You're both wearing Jabba jerseys, and one for the Royals. And by the way, Jabba won 2 World Series, one with the Royals and one with the Yankees. And he had a chance. He had a chance to win it with the Guardians, but he fell short.
Yeah, 3-1 lead.
Yeah, he fell short. But would he have been the first player in baseball history to win 3 World Series with 3 different teams? I think he would be.
I know there were some that did back-to-back. Yeah, I'm not sure about 3. Especially that short of a span.
I think
Terrence Gore, that base running specialist, kind of like you, Errol, has won 3 with 3 different teams.
Adam, I love that's
right. No, you're right. You remember that now. Good stuff.
Dude, I had a little funny story to say about Jabba with the number 62. When I was younger, I was so infatuated with wearing number 62 that the Little League jerseys, which obviously only went up to like 22, I really wanted to wear 62, and my dad was a coach. So my dad got the number 12 jersey, got the number 6 jersey, took the 6 off that jersey and put it over the 1. So I was number 62 when I was 9 years old.
Wow, he's a diehard Jabba Chamberlain fan. We got to
I wore the flat brim just like he did. I'd wear it just for recess. We're at the school. They'd be like, Connor, why are you wearing a hat? You can't even wear it in class. Like for recess, I got to be like Jabba.
That's crazy. We definitely. I'm going to work on it. We'll come out Yankee Stadium with Jabba Chamberlain, and Connor will get a chance to meet Jabba Chamberlain. That would be great. That's awesome. When you get to meet your hero and a person that you looked up to when you were a kid. I met my hero growing up. John Van Beesbrook was my hero. And quick funny story for everybody to understand. I did a hockey show, and Ashley Sargent was my birthday, and I was doing a hockey show. Speedy, you remember this?
Yeah, I wasn't there, but I think I listened to it later. Yeah.
And I was sitting there, and Ashley said, I have a special guest that wanted to call the show and come on for an interview. And he gave me some like Tim Hardaway. And I said, who the hell is Tim Hardaway? And then he called the show, and I said, hello, who are we speaking with? And he says, this is John Van Beesbrook. And I say, what? And he says, this is John Van Beesbrook. Hello, Errol, happy birthday. And I'll never forget, I did my first interview with a guy that I looked up to since I was a little boy. And he called me for my birthday. Now he runs United States Hockey. And the first time I ever met him, it was at the NHL draft in Dallas. He knew exactly who I was when I was walking down, working with the GMs and the coaches over there on the bottom of the ice before the draft started. So I took a picture, and he interviewed with me. I was the only media guy he did an interview with for United States and for United States hockey at that event. So it was a pretty cool opportunity, and I think I would love to let you, be a part of watching you meet the guy that you looked up to. So definitely would love to do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. When they reached out about doing the podcast, and then they just casually name dropped Jabba Chamberlain, I was like, what? I was like, do they know that? Do they know I was wearing 62 growing up?
Well, I definitely, as far as I'm concerned, I want to give you your opportunity to meet your hero. And Jabba is such a gracious person. He would love to meet you guys. So I would love to be a part of that. And Adam, I'm a big fan of yours. So yeah, I might have to take a couple of pictures with you. And we love to be a part of the great event that you guys put on. So count us in April. I definitely would do that.
You got it. Thanks, guys. Really
Beautiful.
appreciate
Thank you guys
for having us on.
See you, Coach.
Connor Harris and Adam Virant, two fantastic personalities, great guys, and just happy to have them on the show. And I wasn't taking shots. Would you guys say I was taking shots at Jabba? I don't think I was.
As much as you normally do with the competitiveness. Yeah.
Well, he's always competitive with me.
Of course.
And you know what's crazy about Jabba is that he will not do that in front of a crowd. He will not do that. I don't believe. If I stole a base against him in front of the fans, he will absolutely want to rip my head off. I'm telling you right now, that would be so embarrassing for him, right in front of 40 or 30,000 people, me steal a base against Jabba Chamberlain at Yankee Stadium.
I mean, I don't know if the Bananas are going to accommodate this request.
No.
I would say this. I think that to get those conditions where, I mean, you seem to be hoping for like an O2 pitch in the dirt.
I'm not hoping.
That he dirts one and you can get that base. Do you think you can get him on a fastball? You think it needs to be a breaking ball?
If somebody is up at the plate and swinging at the balls, he's going to have to pitch around him. He's not going to want the guy to hit against him. I mean, if somebody's hitting against him.
But like, why would he care unless there were stakes on the at bat? Like, he's going to throw up and away fastballs to this guy.
Well, if you're getting a chance to swing against Jabba Chamberlain, hit against Jabba Chamberlain, I think that's enough stakes to me. And unless Jabba's paying off the hitters not to swing at it, I don't know what Jabba's plan is, but to me, it should be fair both ways. If I'm trying to steal against a professional baseball player, there has to be a professional catcher and a professional hitter at the plate, ready and willing to swing. So if that's the case, I'm in. If that's not the case, then I'm not in. It's not fair to me. So why does it work one way and not work the other? That wouldn't be fair to me.
All right. It's just very hard to get those conditions to actually do.
I don't think it's hard at all. Get a real guy that's going to go into the box and get a real catcher and Jabba pitch and me steal. What conditions?
If Jabba were to give up a stolen base, he may cry about it. But in this game, Errol, you're not allowed to.
My pinky is bigger than yours.
All right, save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
Now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. Once again, time for Save Your Tears, everyone's favorite tier-based fantasy game. This is based on the NFL Week 14 stats. We have a season-long standings. Speedy, did you make a standings yet this week?
Yes, I do have a standings.
No, you don't. Don't lie to me. You didn't make a standings. Because I made a standings. Because I know you would never follow my standings. I wonder if your standings are similar to mine. Because that is going to lead for a whole nother debate. But we'll go over that a little later. Let's reveal who won this week. Oh, guys, here's the bar right here. Yeah, Josh, big quarterback week. If you took Daniel Jones, not good news for you.
I love Lisa Ann.
Who else had not great games? Jonathan Taylor, not so much. James Cook,
I took Daniel
not
Jones,
a
so
great
I screwed
game.
myself. So
Yeah, Roma Dunze didn't play. No one took him anyway. Neither did Dontavian Wicks or Romeo
Ball
Dobbs
bag.
had no catches. So there were a couple of real bagels out there. Let's see who won.
Carl plays with himself.
And it was Java Chamberlain who
Oh, we won.
was the winner this week. Speedy Petey finishing in second place with the Big Nithmania in third.
I
got
came in
fourth.
last because of the
Tommy
old
fifth.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Errol, not such great moves here with the Daniel Jones. Kind of solid across the board, but the quarterback position killed you. Josh Allen, monster game, 37.84.
Good job.
Burrow, though, obviously solid. Most people went with him probably correctly. Pittman Jr. had a good game. Colston Loveland, pretty good for tight end. Josh Jacobs was the running back you wanted in this one as well. Jabba talked to me. I told him he won. He said, save those compliments for next time. So I have the updated standings, Speedy. And again, the standings are real simple. If you get gold, you get 5 points. If you get silver, you get 3 points. And if you get bronze, you get 1 point. After 14 weeks of the NFL season, and save your tears, in first place with 31 points is Speedy Petey. In second place with 25 points is the Nith. In third place with 10 deuces, Tommy Scoops at 20 points. In fourth, Errol Marks at 18.
Oh, my ass.
Jabba Chamberlain moves ahead of me, gets to fifth in 12 points. I'm with 10. Jared has 9. Jared, by the way, is sick with the flu.
I want to hit it.
Goody got a point one time that he played.
Yeah, I think he got
This
third.
is a
I do
grumpy
remember
old
that.
man.
And those are the standings. We got 4 more weeks to see if anyone can catch up to Speedy Petey. Nathan,
another
we
toe
got
job.
some work to do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a segment, and we call this What's Beef?
I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
Do you know what beef is? Do you know what beef is?
Put him Which one of you first? I'll fight you both together if you want. I'll fight you with one paw tied behind my back. I'll fight you standing on one foot. I'll fight you with my eyes closed.
Check this. What's beef? What, are you scared?
Watch your mouth.
Bring it! Beef is like ICU. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time. What's beef? Beef.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot of beef going on in the media world. Max Kellerman, yes, Max Kellerman is making his rounds, and he made his rounds last week talking about the back and forth banter on why it didn't work with Stephen A. Smith in First Take. 5 years with Stephen A. Smith came to an end, and Max Kellerman said this.
So Stephen A., you're in a relationship with where you're doing a show together for how many years? 4? 5. 5 years. I didn't love how he handled the aftermath of you leaving, where it's basically like, I told you the show would be better. I just thought, because I think you're really talented. Now, you and I have known each other for a while. Whether it meshed as a show perfectly, I don't know the answer to that, but I just didn't think that was the right way to handle it.
If you're doing a debate show and you're a competitive person,
yeah,
why would you want me as a partner? That's bad. You want to go 15 rounds every day with Muhammad Kellerman? That's just bad. You know, it's embarrassing. You know, I have an idea. This is what I want to put on TV. I want to spar Bud Crawford every day for 15 rounds, and I want everyone to see it. Eventually, you're going to say, I don't want to do that anymore. That's what I could tell you from my point of view.
Yeah.
And I also think that if you make a calculation that if you can be perceived as a solo act, really, that you can get paid at a certain level that you can't if you're not a solo act, then you'd like to be a solo act, or at least perceived that way.
Kellerman. I look up to Max Kellerman. I'm a boxing fan. I follow him. I've been following him since HBO. The guy's boxing knowledge is impeccable. I don't think there's anybody in the game that knows boxing more than Max Kellerman. I love everything about him, his personality, what he brings to the station, everything that he did for ESPN and First Take. I love the fact that they matched him up with Stephen A. Smith, a younger Stephen A. Smith, if you really look at it. Max Kellerman is one of the more intelligent people in the industry. The guy has a unique structure of personality and the way he brings out the product and his product to the world. And A lot of different guys have said a lot of different things about Max Kellerman. Maybe sometimes he speaks too much, or maybe he uses too many big words. What I love about Max Kellerman is he's honest. He tells you straightforward. He doesn't beat around the bush. He gives you his take, and he lets you know that that's his way to attack it. And what he said about Stephen A. Smith isn't a lie. Now, Muhammad Kellerman, he's trying to compare himself to, I don't know, Muhammad Ali. I think that's ridiculous. I didn't grow up a Muhammad Ali fan. I didn't watch Muhammad Ali fight. I was a Mike Tyson fan. I grew up in the heavyweight division. That was the guy I watched, and I was a Sugar Ray Leonard fan. Max Kellerman is my age. Max Kellerman and me are practically the same age. For him to bring up Muhammad Ali and compare himself to Muhammad Ali when he never really got a chance to really see him fight live is ridiculous. If he said James Buster Douglas versus Mike Tyson, that would have been more interesting when it came to his factor and the way he tried to compare himself to Stephen A. Smith. I do agree with Max Kellerman. Stephen A. Smith was going to make more money if he was a solo act. And I do believe Stephen A. Smith had his thoughts on keeping Max Kellerman in position to be comparable to himself. I think Stephen A. Smith wants the cameras on him, and Max Kellerman was taking the cameras off of him. And really, their personalities are very alike in very different, in the same ways. Stephen, and you're going to hear what Stephen had to say about it, and he was making jokes about it, cracking jokes about it. But I think Max Kellerman is straightforward, honest, and I don't think he fears what Stephen A. Smith was going to say. He, to me, planned to do this. He's waited all this time to speak about First Take, and he waited for this particular time to drop this beef, this hammer on Stephen A. Smith for everybody to check out. And Stephen A. Smith had this to say.
Did I hear correctly? Did we show when he called himself Muhammad Kellerman, as in Muhammad Ali Kellerman? Muhammad Ali Kellerman. Oh my God. Oh. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I had my researchers check and make sure that wasn't AI. That wasn't some that somebody just made up. I had to double check that shit. I really, really did. I couldn't believe it, okay? If we were talking about boxing, you're absolutely right, because I don't know anybody that knows more boxing than Max Kellerman. He's extraordinary, no doubt about that. We're talking about First Take, though. And he took it someplace that all I want to say is, are you really sure you want to go there? See, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Are you sure you want to go there? Because I'm not unless you take me there.
All right. Now, he brought up boxing like I brought up boxing. And if somebody came at me and said, well, Errol, you know about this and you know about that, you're knowledgeable in all sports, so I can't really attack you on any of your comments about basketball or baseball or football or hockey, because I qualify for my conversations when it comes to sports. For him to bring up Max Kellerman and when it comes to boxing, what do you know, Steven? Like, seriously, you're a basketball guy. You are a basketball writer. What do you know? You know football because you talk about, I don't know, the Dallas Cowboys, and you're a Giant fan? What do you know about the Knicks? You talk about MMA like you know something about mixed martial arts. The only reason why you were going to and you were doing those things for ESPN is because you have a big contract with ESPN. What do you know? What do you know about football? If I asked you right now, what is the starting offensive line when healthy of the, I don't know, LA Chargers? Could you give me at least 4 out of the 5? The answer would probably be no, unless somebody's telling Stephen A. Smith in his ear. I think Max Kellerman would know. Max Kellerman has a photographic memory. This guy is a genius. He remembers rounds of fights. He remembers how many punches were thrown in those rounds, in those fights. I think what Max Kellerman said about Stephen A. Smith is not too much off the truth. Stephen A. Smith didn't want Max Kellerman there for one reason. Because Max Kellerman was taking the cameras off of him. That's what it was. And it was, and for some reason, Stephen A. Smith wanted to make sure that he was center stage, that he was getting the money, that he was going to make the majority of the money. And if Max Kellerman and that contract was waived after 5 years, he would get the boatload of the money, the back end of the money, and Stephen A. Smith would have control. Then I don't know if anybody heard it. He brought up Skip Bayless, and he said, well, the reason why we had the #1 show in America was because Skip Bayless. All he was doing was filling in for Skip Bayless, and that's why we were the #1 show, and he wasn't Skip Bayless. No, Max Kellerman wasn't Skip Bayless. But guess what? Stephen A., you're not Skip Bayless either. And for you to come out and bring up Skip Bayless left, went to Fox. Now, was his show as complimentary as your show was over there at First Take? No. But Max Kellerman did what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to go there and fill for one of the greatest media personalities we've ever seen on First Take, Cold Pizza, and really, he was the guy that structured this back and forth banter for ESPN. Skip Bayless. That was really that transition that changed the industry for what it was. He brought in Stephen A. Smith. And by the way, Stephen A. Smith wouldn't be Stephen A. Smith without Skip Bayless. So Stephen A. Smith helped Max Kellerman. Skip Bayless helped Stephen A. Smith. What is the difference? And to compare and try to go back and forth on who knows more, if you would ask me right now, who knows more about sports, Max Kellerman or Stephen A. Smith, my money is on Max friggin' Kellerman. Look at, if I was sitting right here and I was judging back and forth banter when it comes to professional sports, college sports, any sport, I'm taking Max Kellerman over Stephen A. Smith. And another thing that Max Kellerman said that I loved is he didn't want to have the same answers. So he always looked at a certain topic offset from what Stephen A. Smith would say. Stephen A. Smith was always the guy that was trying to attack it. He was always trying to look at it in a different way of a fan. So if a fan had a different objective or an argument to that particular subject, that he would give them that view. And that's why he went offset on some of the things that he believed, even though he didn't believe it to be. He says media has become entertainment, and entertainment has been and has chosen to take it to the next level. And he says that's what First Take was. And he says, yeah, I believe that the way First Take treated him and treated, well, I'm speaking for him, treated me, I felt like I was tossed to the side and pushed out because Stephen A. Smith didn't want me there. So it's been beef, it's been banter, it's been a lot right now. And I think to me, Stephen A. Smith came out and said that if Max wants me to come on a show at any time, I would do that. He's a good dude. He's a kind, personality. And I love the dude. He said, but to come at me like that on that show and do it the way he did it was, in his own words, wrong. And he laughed at it. He giggled at it. But this was good media work for both of them. It helped Max Kellerman and it helped Stephen A. Smith. I think it was perfectly planned. I don't even know, and I would probably put some money on it that Max Kellerman reached out to Stephen A. Smith before he did it. I really do believe that both these guys had some kind of connection behind this media work because it was picked at a perfect time. Perfect time. It was like a Wednesday or Thursday in the middle of a week when nothing was going on, when a story needed to break, and that was the story that broke. So, very interesting story. I got to give them both a little bit of credit. I think they've both changed the industry, made the industry more interesting to watch. I question the way First Take treated Max Kellerman at the end. So,
first of all, check out Errol's story about Stephen A. Smith as well on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network website as well. And I just want to mention, I think him saying Kellerman was saying, like, we had a story on it a few years ago for the Yankees to trade Aaron Judge or something like that. I think besides that, I can't remember anything like that egregiously he said compared to like all these other hotheads. We bash Nick Wright all the time. And I had to block Skip Bayless on Twitter because of what he said about DeMar Hamlin. It was egregious. And Stephen A. Smith had some dumb takes of his own. And like everyone's got him, but it seems like Kellerman, like there's a reason, I guess, for that genius.
He is a genius. And even Stephen A. Smith said, I think he's even smarter for himself. He's even smarter. He looks past so many different things. He's so intelligent. He in every single fight or every single statistic that he looks at to try to compare a game or a certain statistic for an athlete, he looks more deeper into the stat that other people probably wouldn't look at. as a professional. So I just think that Max Kellerman's just an intelligent man. And I think Stephen A. Smith was, didn't like him because he was taking the cameras off of him, taking the spotlight away from him.
And now he gets to work with that dope Cam Newton, who has worse quarterback opinions than anyone.
Cam Newton's on a whole nother level of stupidity. So, but hey, listen, it's a great story. I know Fish reached out to me and said, this is a great beef story. I thought it was. I questioned the way it was picked and what time it was picked and and I think it was cleverly picked out for Max Kellerman to do it at the perfect right time to put this out there for media to talk about it. I think it was cleverly picked. That's not the word. It was very clever for Max Kellerman to choose the time to put this out here. It took him over a year to put this out. Just think about it. And then he picks this on the Bill Simmons show to put this out there like that. And by the way, Bill Simmons and Stephen A. Smith are very close. And it pissed Stephen A. Smith off that he did it on the Bill Simmons show. And some of the takes that Bill Simmons had after the fact pissed off Stephen A. Smith on the way Bill Simmons brought it to
Simmons
fans.
said, Errol. He said, "Thanks for the free PR, Stephen."
Mm-hmm.
That's basically how he put it on his show.
Yep.
He's not wrong. He's certainly not wrong about that.
I thought it was very interesting. It was cleverly put out there by Max Kellerman. I think it was very clever. I think that Max Kellerman's one of the more intelligent. I would love to meet Max Kellerman. I never met Max Kellerman. I think he's a very clever guy. I think he knows what he's doing. And I think this was perfect for him. This was better for him than it was for Stephen A. Smith. I think Stephen A. Smith knew that this was something that could drive, and he just drove it even further. I think it was a great move by both guys. This is why they're very rich in their business and why they've gone as far as they have gone so far in the industry in such a fast way. So that's just my opinion. All right, Speedy Stat of the Week.
Speedy. Oh, you may run like Maze, but you hit like Stat of the Week.
Another article to Chet Errol that he just wrote as well is on the Kansas City Chiefs and their downfall. And you can go check that out on the Worldwide Sports Radio
I
Network.
put it together today. Yep. It took me about an hour and a half to put it together. It's very fun.
Yes, check it out, worldwidesportsradio.com. And the Chiefs are where my stat ends up going. I was talking about it a couple weeks ago when they played the Bills and how high their pressure rate was. And now I'm going to jump into Sunday Night Football against the Texans. Patrick Mahomes ends with a negative 0.54 EPA per dropback, which is the worst in his career. 42.4 completion percentage, the worst in his career, and 19.8 passer rating. That is very Zach Wilson-esque. The Texans pressured Patrick Mahomes 18 times, tied for the most this season, and held Mahomes to just 2 completions on 12 attempts for 40 yards when he was pressured. You always say you can't blitz Patrick Mahomes. He knows how to counter it, and the Texans know how to do it without blitzing, and or did they make it work?
This might be the best defense I've seen since the Baltimore Ravens in 2000. That's how good this defense is. They are fun, fast, and they're relentless. They are relentless. And he was running for dear life. Their secondary they have 2 of the best safeties in the league. Stingley is one of the best corners in the league.
Well,
I mean,
well, Errol, let's start the whip around then right there with those Kansas City Chiefs.
Whip around.
All right, let's get it going here. Since you wanted to go into it, we might as well just get it going with that game right off the bat. In fact, I have it as 2 teams that basically lost their chance of making the playoffs this week. The Chiefs, 20-10, fall to that Texans team. The Texans are now 8-5, a game behind Jacksonville for the lead, tied with the Colts. The Colts lost Daniel Jones. We'll bring that up in a little bit. Obviously, the Chiefs' defense just was very good, but Andy Reid made a very curious 4th down decision when the game was tied to go for it, and instead they fail and they give up the points. They don't come back from it. The offense is not the same. The tackle situation still a problem. Simmons from Ohio State is out. He's on the IR. He was the guy that was supposed to fix it. The reason why he fell in
He
the
hasn't
draft
looked
was
good
health.
in the last couple of weeks.
He's hurt, and they're not a playoff team, Errol. It certainly doesn't look like it. And the Cowboys, if we thought that they were better with all the additions, the Lions smoked them. That game wasn't close for a second.
I think the Texans, like I was saying, I think the Texans are as good as I've seen it since the 2000 Ravens. They're fast off the ball. They've got two amazing pass rushers. They can get up the middle in the gaps. I've seen it. Their secondary is so fast. They have 4 competent linebackers that can get at you in many different ways. They can stop the tight ends. They can do everything. This is by far the best defense in football. Everybody was talking about the Broncos this year. This is the fastest. This is the youngest. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Texans are as dangerous as any team right now. And not because of their offense, because their offense is up and down. It's because of this defense, because they can take the ball away at any time of the game. They hit hard. They're mean. And they're fast off the ball. I haven't seen a defense this good since those Ravens teams. Even better than the Legion of Boom. Yes, when everybody talks about those Legion of Boom, those Seattle Seahawks teams, this defense is better than that defense. That's how fun. And the Chiefs are done. You can see it in Patrick Mahomes' face. It's over. Go check out my story. It's a great story. It's very, very funny. Kelsey looks like his knee is not the same. I don't know if Kelsey comes back next year. Why would he? His wife or his fiance is on tour. He's enjoying himself. She's got a new documentary out, which he's in now. Why does he need to play football anymore? Him and his wife are going to be making billions. And as far as the Cowboys are concerned, we were over there with the Beef at we were
House at Deer Park.
We were in Deer Park, and we were having fun with Jamie Lee and the Beef, and he was. It didn't matter when the Cowboys had a chance to win the game. He was like, they're going to lose that game. No confidence whatsoever. Dak did what he can. I think Dak had a sensational game. It wasn't Dak's fault on why they lost. It was the defense. The defense could not stop a lick, and you saw it. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Lions, they're good when they want to be, and they're bad when they want to be as well. I don't know what Lion team you're going to get. So this isn't the same Lions with Johnson there and Aaron Glenn, but this is still a competent Lions team, and if they could get into the playoffs, they could cause a lot of problems with Green Bay and all the other teams that are going to get into the playoffs as well. I mean, it's so wide open this year. This might be the most wide open season in football and NFL football we've ever seen.
Yeah, the Lions' offense at its peak is very interesting because it's hyper efficient. I know on the Weekend Crunch, when Chaz comes on and does Moneyline Mania, he actually presented a stat too, like most points per how many yards you score on a play. And the Lions are leading the league in a while for it because obviously they were scoring touchdowns and fast drives pretty much. And then it started to disappear. They fizzled out against the Eagles. They had a couple other bad games, a bad game against the Packers on Thanksgiving. And now they found their offensive groove again. Dallas, yeah, they're battling tough, but again, they just don't have the talent to live out. And on the defensive side of the ball, they're still young. Houston, you're right, is very interesting because them and the Broncos, both of these elite defenses with a lot of questions on offense. And the Texans offense, I think, is worse with their offensive line and run game compared to the Broncos. But they're both pretty average, so it'll be an interesting battle.
Yeah, but I think the Texans have two game-changing offensive players. I don't think the Broncos do. So.
No, the Broncos probably don't have one individual game-changing offensive player. I would say the best unit is their offensive line, and it's just been top 5 in the league all year. Houston, their offensive line, Fish, you were talking about, was really bad at the beginning of the year. Now it's kind of gotten a little better with some of the young players that they have. But this defense is definitely championship caliber. Errol, we discussed it before the show. Probably like the Bills, the Broncos, the Texans on the top 3 in what order. The Texans are maybe creeping closer to 2 than we think. And the Chiefs, yeah, even if they do win out, like the Jaguars are winning now. And
I'm telling you right now, this is the best defense I've seen since the 2000 Ravens. That's how good it is.
Yeah, the Chiefs, even if they win out, I think the Jaguars now having the head-to-head tiebreaker, they're not going to lose out. Like, there's so many scenarios that have to go right for them now. I didn't think it would happen this way, but yeah.
D'Amico Ryans don't ever look scared no matter what the game transitions into because he knows this defense is going to stop everybody. He knows it. He sees it. So...
Ryan's, if it wasn't for Vrabel and maybe Ben Johnson, he'd be getting a lot more attention for Coach of the Year because what he's doing over there after how they started, how he basically coached up a team, it's just great coaching. And that's what I see. Like when teams get better throughout the year and they haven't added talent, That's because the talent has been coached up to become better players, at least better players in the coach's system, so that they're playing well together so that they can execute as a unit. And some teams, you can get a bunch of talent and they don't execute. Look at this team. Even that offensive line has a bunch of guys you've never heard of their names. They're killing it. That team is really good because they're really well coached. Brian's might be a top 5 coach in this league, and we didn't even realize it until like a week ago. Let's get into the game that I thought was the top game of the week. And speaking of Ben Johnson, he didn't win this one, but it was a really good game throughout. If you got a chance to watch it, the Packers beat the Bears on Sunday, 28-21. In this one, Jordan Love, 17-25, 234, 3 touchdowns, and a pick. He did not have any other fumbles. Christian Watson, 4 catches, 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. He continues to look like a number 1 receiver since returning from the injury. Jaden Reed made his return as well in this game. Got his feet wet. Josh Jacobs, another solid game, averaging over 4.2 yards a carry like he does his entire career. Caleb Williams was good for the Bears, 2 touchdowns, 186 yards, 19-35. Running game was okay, just wasn't enough to beat this Green Bay gauntlet. And look, Jordan Love makes some throws that you're just like, nobody's really supposed to be able to throw the ball and complete it when they're standing flat-footed, looking one way and throwing it to the right, and then he's looking the other way. He makes some really silly throws, and you're just like, what is he doing? And then you realize this guy's so good at football, he makes up ways to throw the ball. Jordan Love's really good.
I will say this. Caleb Williams looks really good, too. His escape ability all game long, making plays on the run, I like I said, reminds me a lot like Aaron Rodgers. This kid is going to have many, many years of really development and growing into that position. And when he does with Ben Johnson, I think this guy is going to be elite. I think in 2 years, he's going to be the best quarterback in the league. That's the type of player that he is. Jordan Love is sensational. They've got weapons. I think the main thought is Jaden Reed's return. I think he's going to change the offense. Everybody keeps talking about Christian Watson, but they've been craving Jaden Reed. And now that Jaden Reed is back, he's one of the better, more underrated slot wide receivers in the league. He's going to open up the field for guys like Jacobs, for guys like Watson. This offense is going to be completely different now that Jaden Reed is back. The defense has been back and forth. I don't know if Green Bay's defense was at its top level. As a matter of fact, they looked very tired in the fourth quarter. I thought the Bears really got them tired. The running game. I think the Bears are as dangerous as any team going into the playoffs this year. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. I still think they're trying to figure out what their identity is. If these guys, first of all, these guys are meeting each other in 2 weeks again, and then they're probably going to meet in the playoffs again. So they might meet 3 times this year. So we're going to see a lot of great football. Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, and this is going to be here for a very, very long time. It's great football. There's nothing more to say about it. Just 2 great teams.
Yeah, the Bears were kind of shorthanded as it was. Obviously, like you're saying, Fernando Odunze, DJ Moore has been bad much of the year, and he was limited in that game even against a iffy Packers secondary. But their offensive line still trying to deal with a lot of the injuries they had a tough time with the edge rushing in that game. It's interesting because you were talking about Jordan Love, Fish, and I think the Bears secondary, now getting their guys back with Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon, did hold their own for it. They made those catches very tough. Jordan Love, the way he was able to extend plays, it looked like what you saw in his rookie year at the end of the season when he played like probably the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. And Jacobs just did well enough against a run defense. It's still been kind of iffy this year with the Bears.
All right, let's move on to the next big game. And this one, I just couldn't take my eyes off of it. It did not disappoint. The Bills outlasted the Bengals 39-34. Again, in a different world, Joe Burrow's not hurt, and this game actually matters in the AFC standings. It doesn't because the Bengals are such a dumpster fire. So good they decided to fight with Trey Hendrickson just for him to play basically half a season for $30 million for them. And I think their other kid didn't do anything, the first-round pick. It's embarrassing that they have no defense, especially when their offense is so electric. Some of the stats in this game are just eye-popping. Burrow hasn't looked like he missed a beat. 25-36, 284, 4 TDs, was picked off twice on back-to-back plays. The first one was a pick 6 by a defensive end, and the next one was deflected by the other defensive end and picked off by a linebacker. That was the difference in the game. The Bengals had the lead most of the way in this game. Josh Allen, though, just will not be denied. 22 of 28 for 251, 3 touchdowns. He had a 43-yard touchdown run to win it, 9 carries, 78 yards on that score. James Cook almost blew it with a fumble going into the end zone. That was a big early turnover. T. Higgins, happy to have Mr. Burrow back, 6 catches, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dalton Kincaid comes back for the Bills, makes a difference offensively. He scores as well.
This was Josh Allen's game. This was the game that really gives you the reasons why Josh Allen can make a run for a Super Bowl this year. For all the ups and downs for Buffalo all season long and the turmoil with the injuries and all of that, this team still has a chance. I mean, Lamar Jackson might not be going to the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, these are 3 of the top 5 player quarterbacks in all of the NFL. And all 3 of these guys aren't going to make it into the playoffs. And they're all in the AFC. This bodes well for Josh Allen, who could be the best quarterback going into this year's playoff in the AFC. I just think that's what really was the transition. It was what Josh Allen did in the fourth quarter. He needed to make the plays. He made it. The defense made some plays in the open field. Joe Burrow made some mistakes. It was snowing. It was cold. The ball was bouncy because it was cold outside. And again, it all fell into the Buffalo Bills' hands and the fans' hands. I think the fans had a lot to do. The loud fans, the credible fans that they always are. And again, it's Josh Allen's house. And you heard it after the game what Josh Allen said about the fans. If our fans are the best in the world, it's the best. Playing in front of all these fans really gives me a reason to want to play and want to win for the fan base. So it says a lot about the player that he is.
Yeah, a couple of key takeaways, too. I think you look at them getting the tight end involved the way they did. Kincaid has been up and down with injuries so far this year. Dawson Knox really hasn't been great since he signed that contract. He's been a good blocker, but not the same receiver. They got both of them going. If the Bills...
That was Knox's best game.
Yeah, and if the Bills are going to take that leap to get to that Super Bowl, which has always been just hold them back just a little bit, they have to try to get that more involved because the receiving depth's been kind of up and down throughout the year.
And then the Coleman thing. They needed to find somebody that was going to fill in for the reps for Coleman because I think Coleman's done. I don't think you're going to see a lot of Coleman for the rest of the year. So now you're seeing Knox, and something that we weren't seeing all season long, and a lot of fantasy people were dropping Knox when some people were saying, hey, maybe Knox gets 700 or 650 yards all season long. Now at the tail end of the season because of Coleman, you're seeing more Knox, and now you saw Knox's best game this year under the Buffalo Bills. So I think that was what really stood out offensively was Knox.
Shifting to the defensive side of the ball, too. I mean, it might not make schematically the play of the week, Fish, but you're looking at a corner blitz that Christian Benford did to turn that into an interception. The awareness that he had to do that and then run it back for a touchdown was very impressive. And then his coverage numbers against Jamar Chase were insane, too. That was a big reason, especially the Bengals scored 34 points. Maybe the Bengals win that game if Jamar Chase even plays normal to what he is. And Benford deserves a lot of credit. The Bills secondary has been shaky much of the year, but it's not because of that.
I always love coaches that are like, hey, screw it, let's just bring more guys in his face so he can't see what he's supposed to do on the play and just have him get rid of it quick. You never know what can happen. It's like the old, drive arrow. It's like the old, go to the net. You never know what could happen in hockey. I love that. So, it's kind of simple.
I feel bad for Joe Burrow. I do, because we know how special he is. He can't stay healthy. And does the Bengals in the offseason look to move him? I mean, there are stories coming out that there are teams.
Crazy.
I'm just saying there has been, and these aren't fake stories because there are multiple writers that have written that maybe the Bengals look to move him in the offseason and get some draft stock for him because they're not winning with it. I'm just saying.
They're not winning because they didn't spend a single dollar on their defense.
I'm just saying.
But
that's what I've been reading.
Let's go through some games a little bit more quickly. These were both ridiculous blowouts. The Vikings 31, Commanders nothing. Jaden Daniels gets hurt again in this one.
Why is he playing?
Terrible.
Why
I
is he
don't
playing?
think we're going to see him again after this one. They don't have a running back. Offensive line. You know what, Speedy? It took Bobby Johnson a year. but he sufficiently destroyed that offensive line over there in Washington. We knew he could do it. We knew that he was one of the worst offensive line coaches. They still remembered how to play from their coach the previous year. Now that his system's fully in their brains, they can't block a soul. So when the Giants face the
They should kick
Redskins,
the you-know-what out of them.
If they beat the Commanders, that's why they're gonna have the first overall pick in the draft.
Could you stop with this first overall? You know what?
They're right now. If it ended today, they'd have first pick.
Yeah, well, they also
Robbie Johnson to screw him out of it.
Here's the problem, and you Giant fans need to understand something. Teams aren't going to just lose just so they get the number 1 pick. It doesn't happen. If that was the case, the Jets should lose every single game. They're not.
I know. I think you're right. I think the Commanders are freaking terrible right now, and the Giants will beat
And the
them.
Giants are better than Vegas
be
too.
worried.
They're better than Vegas too. They should win both those games. The Giants should win both those games.
The Giants theoretically should have, if they win those 2 games and the 5 games they should have won earlier this season, they should have been a 9-win team and be vying for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantasy land that would be, and if we had that world.
Banana land.
Well, banana land, that's right.
That's fair.
No, we had
the other
banana.
game was the Seahawks. I mean, the Falcons Kirk Cousins is done. I think that's pretty clear. The Seahawks killed them. Sam Darnold, 20 of 30, 3 touchdowns. 2 of them to JSN, 7 catches, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Unstopped Cooper Kupp had a touchdown. Not even close. This team is a force to be reckoned with, man. Anything on these 2 games quickly?
Not really. I mean, obviously, Seattle is a force to be reckoned with. And again, the Commanders look like a shell of themselves. This is the same Commanders team that went to an NFC title game against Philadelphia last year. And now they're not even going to come close to the playoffs, and they could be a top 10 pick. It's crazy how everything can change in 1 year with the NFL. It's the only sport how one team could be one of the best teams and fall out so quick the year after. It's unbelievable. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's even more so in the NFC, too. Like, AFC has a little more parity this year than it usually does, but usually it's usually a lot of the same repetitive teams. But the NFC this year, when you look at the Vikings were a 14-win team last year.
Could you remember, honestly, and we don't need you to go over and over and over again with these statistics. Could you remember a time where it is so wide open, where you really can't make a prediction who's going to the Super Bowl and who's winning the Super Bowl? Come on.
It was probably like the last one I would have thought of was probably 2015 when you look at that was the Broncos-Panthers Super Bowl. The Panthers were all banged up that year and the Broncos had no offense.
I mean, if you look at the NFC right now, I mean, you know who's good, but are you going to bet on those guys? Are you going to bet on the Rams after losing against Carolina? You're going to bet on Seattle. They're a young team. I don't know. I can't bet on any of these teams. And in the AFC, forget about it. I'm not betting on any of those teams.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with the turnover, too. Like, Washington, maybe they were played over their heads last year, but they came back down to earth. And Seattle was kind of unlucky to an extent last year.
And if Indianapolis is looking for a quarterback, I'd be reaching right now to Atlanta and trying to get Kirk Cousins. Because that would make more sense than the garbage that we're hearing.
They can. They need him for next year. Penix ain't playing next year either. It's injury
well,
happened too late in the season.
Kirk Cousins is not going to be there next year either. So,
I think they're going to keep him there because they have him under contract. I think he has guaranteed money, Speedy. You'd have to tell me.
They might be just like stuck, just predicament.
I think they're screwed because they're stupid. But that's a whole nother story for down
Taste
the road. Here's some teams that these 3 games were stupid. The Cardinals. I mean, I think Gannon's done. That team is a disaster. Kyler Murray's out for the season. Brissett's fine, I guess, if you want a guy who's going to put up stats on a team that doesn't win. The Rams are just awesome. Some numbers in that game. Blake Corum helping me win in fantasy on a week that all my running backs were on bye weeks. Blake Corum, listen to this, the Michigan champion, 12 carries, 128 yards, 2 touchdowns. Karen Williams, 13 carries, 1 more carry, 84 yards, and a touchdown for him. Just killing them on the ground. And if that wasn't bad enough, Puka Nacua, 7 for 167 and 2 touchdowns. They could do it all, man. That team is awesome. The other 2 games, do we even really need to talk about them? Daniel Jones tore his Achilles. I saw it happen. I said it in our group chat as soon as it happened. He just kind of threw his helmet down, but it was the other foot. So he had the broken fibula on one foot, on one leg, and then he tears the Achilles on the other. Just can't keep himself healthy, unfortunately, that guy. He was due to make a bunch of money. Now he's not going to make that money. Sucks for him. And the Jets, Brady Cook somehow ended up playing because Tyrod's made of plastic, apparently. And the Dolphins murdered them. Dolphins are 1 win away from 500, Errol.
Well, I will say this. Brady Cook will be the starting quarterback moving forward for the rest of the season. You will not see Justin Fields. He will back him up. Tyrod Taylor should be done. I mean, the hamstring, 4 games left. Why bring Tyrod Taylor back? I don't think we're going to see Tyrod. So I think it's going to be Cook. I think the Jets are going to ride with that for the rest of the season. So, and the Dolphins, you got to give McDaniel a little bit of credit. Everybody was counting him out, and this team slowly but surely is moving and might even make the playoffs. As crazy as it may seem, they're on the cusp of possibly making the playoffs. So it's an incredible story. You lost Tyreek Hill. You traded away pieces at the trade deadline, and you're still in the conversation. I've always liked McDaniel. I love that little mighty mouse, and I love everything about him. So I root him on every single time. I think he's a hell of a coach. As far as the Rams are concerned, I expect them to be the favorites to come out of the NFC. Watching the Eagles in this game just tell me a lot. And Justin Herbert looks like he's dealing with enough pain. But the Eagles are a shell of what they were last year. I'm going to tell you, if the Eagles lose this game, I know everybody keeps saying that the Cowboys are done. I wouldn't say so. The Eagles have not looked good for the last 4 weeks. So I don't know. As far as the Jaguars are concerned, the Jaguars have played a lot better than I thought they were going to be this year, and they might make the playoffs. They should make the playoffs. They're going to make the playoffs because the AFC is so bad. But I don't think they win the division. I think the Texans are a better team. They beat the Colts. They lost Daniel Jones early in the game. The Colts put up a fight, but I think the Colts are done. They don't have a quarterback now. They're going to depend too much on their running game of Jonathan Taylor. I think they're done. And the Jets might get themselves a gem. They might get They went from maybe getting a pick in the 30s or maybe the late 20s to maybe a teens pick for Sauce Gardner this year. I mean, that's pretty good for the New York Jets.
Yeah, you definitely have to believe that because he's hurt right now too, Sauce Gardner. And then you got Jonathan Taylor getting really worn down. He hasn't really been the same since his bye week outside of the Atlanta game. And the no quarterback situation, yeah, I would believe the Colts are done. I agree with you on the Texans. I trust them to win the division more than the Jaguars. Miami, you're right. Mike McDaniel will stay at this point. Just hope to find a competent GM because Chris Greer was really running himself out of town. And the Rams, best team in football. Cardinals, they're a mess.
I'll take Mike McDaniel any day. Any day as my offensive corner.
Errol, the Colts, man, it goes from like the penthouse to the outhouse. You realize they're working out 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to come back because Riley Leonard is week to week with an injury.
Hey, you should have been on our show.
So they don't. Well, maybe it would have saved some
dauber in the
for
dirt.
him. But they don't got Anthony Richardson. Apparently, isn't ready from whatever surgery or brain surgery or whatever the hell happened to that guy. Riley Leonard's out. Daniel Jones is out. Who are you putting at quarterback? I mean, I think Tommy Cutlets. They paid him to back up over there, so you can't just find Cutlets at just anywhere. Indiana, that's wild. Is there another Mendoza brother? Is there like an older Mendoza brother or uncle we can get over there?
Actually, Mendoza's brother is a quarterback that's going to be taking over the quarterback reins in Indiana after he goes.
Yeah, he came in after the first play, so Mendoza got lit up on the first play of the game. And then they bring in the backup, and it's like mini Doza. It's just like a mini Mendoza.
Looks just like him.
Right
Looks just like him.
Similar to like Tua and baby Tua when they were together at one time.
Identical. They really are.
All right, let's move forwards into this one, into two games that really don't matter that much. But, I mean, the Bucs were upset by the Saints, which is fascinating. Tyler Shuck played pretty well in that game.
He did look good. He did look good.
At times, like for him, I guess.
Looks better than Shador.
Well, I would disagree with that, based off of these stats. Shuck only 13 of 20, 144 and a pick. But he ran for 2 touchdowns, and he had a gutsy 57 carries, 55 yards, 2 touchdowns.
What's going on with the Bucs, man?
It's weird. The Bucs defense is shot, and their offense, just not really banging on all cylinders. It took a while, but Ibuka doesn't look good. They're not they're just not. Either guys aren't open. They say Evans might come back on Thursday. They have a Thursday game.
Oh,
so
is he?
Maybe that'll be something that'll be good for them. Bucky Irving's back, but not looking great yet. think it's just a banged up team this year, Tampa. But the big story was the Titans get their second win of the season. Cam Ward still looked terrible. Had 2 touchdown passes, 14 of 28, 117, and a pick. Tony Pollard had a throwback game, 161 and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Hit 2 long runs. But Shedeur in the loss. And they lost because their coach went, he had like the worst 2-point play I've ever seen. Took Shedeur off the field for that. Shedeur went 23 of 42. Not great. But 364, 3 touchdowns and a pick, and 3 carries for 29 yards and a rushing touchdown. Pretty darn good numbers. 144 yards and a touchdown for this breakout.
He played the
tight end
Titans. He played the Titans. Stop.
It
this
is
garbage.
against the worst team in the league. But
Stop.
apparently the Browns might be right up there for the worst team in the league. The only big news as far as positive stuff for the Browns, I would say, besides Shedeur might not be the worst quarterback in the league, is Myles Garrett got his 20th sack in the game, and he's closing in on the NFL record of 22.5.
He's going to break it. There's no question he's going to break it. There's 4 games left. He's absolutely going to break it. He'll probably break it in the next game. As far as Shedeur Sanders and his numbers aren't so bad, it was against the Titans. The Titans are not a good team. Cam Ward, I'm interested to see what the Titans are going to do in this year's draft. I know they drafted Cam Ward at 1. Maybe they might draft, if they're sitting there at 3 or 2, maybe they draft another quarterback and then they trade Cam Ward in the offseason if they think somebody is better than he is. I don't know, but Cam Ward has not looked good this year. He really hasn't. So I don't know. I'm not going to say that to Quentin Jammer. I don't want him to jump out of his pants because I know it's his cousin. So, but that's pretty funny, actually. But yeah, and as far as the Saints are concerned, I don't know what's going on with the Bucs, but if Mike Evans is coming back, that's good for me in my fantasy league. So I'll take it.
Yeah, bad for me in my fantasy league is what you described, Fish. Kuka only nothing disappearing. Baker Mayfield really not looking like himself since he's come back from his injury, and the offensive line really hasn't been finding their own either. And the running game, which I know you were worried about a few weeks ago, Errol, actually got it going in that game, but the last game really couldn't, and the defense struggling on character. So the Saints have been pesky this year at certain points against some good teams. So interesting. Tony Pollard was also on my bench for the Titans, and he got 28 points, and yeah, I think he only got 13 all season. But both those teams look really bad right now. Like Myles Garrett, yeah, he should break it, I think, with 25 sacks at least.
Well, we'll see. We got one more set of games left, guys, and these were some good ones. Steelers outlasted the Ravens. Controversial call in that game on a touchdown that was taken away from the Ravens. Looked like Likely had 2 feet down in the end zone with possession of the ball. On the third step, the defender knocks it out of his hand. They say it was not a catch. Tony Romo was literally explaining why it was a catch on television as they were saying it was not a catch. And Harbaugh today, John Harbaugh said that it's as clear as mud what a catch is in today's NFL. That's his quote. And then the Broncos, again, with another unimpressive win against a crap team, 24-17 over the Raiders. Statistically, R.J. Harvey seems to be picking up right where Dobbins left off, 75 yards and a touchdown on the ground there. But really, nothing to write home about. Bo Nix just took what they gave him, 31 of 38 for only 212 yards. That's a lot of dinking and dunking, dude.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to say. The Ravens are done. I think they're done. The Steelers are going to win the division just because I don't know what's – Lamar Jackson isn't healthy, and that really – from one of the great defenses we've seen for a very, very long time to being one of the worst defenses in the league this year. It makes absolutely no sense what happened to the Ravens this year. And honestly, John Harbaugh should be on the hot seat. Absolutely should be on the hot seat right now after the season. As far as the Broncos are concerned with the Raiders, the Broncos have been squeezing these wins out. Squeezing. And they obviously look better than the Raiders, but the Broncos, if they don't put up they don't start to put up points and they depend too much on their defense, they're going to have problems in the playoffs against these elite teams, these better AFC teams, because when you're giving the Raiders an opportunity to stay in the game, it kind of worries you as a team that's competing for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you wonder too. Like sometimes they were dominating for 3 quarters, and then sometimes you see them like get too conservative. Sean Payton, we saw that at the end of this time with the Saints too. Sometimes got a little too conservative with Drew Brees. They can't have that kind of approach in the playoffs. They looked like they were dominating for a while. Again, they still might be the second or third best team in the AFC right now with the Bills, and I think with the Texans right now. But again, they are not going to get there if they don't have an above-average offense. The Ravens, I fished it. You mentioned it. I do think that should have been a touchdown. Now, the Steelers might have came back and drove the field too, but I thought it was a bad call. And annoying when the referees decide these games, but these two teams are both very ugly. Whoever wins the division is going to be the 4 seed and goes nowhere in the playoffs.
Well, that's the whip around. As is just happening, the Eagles just took the lead on a trick play pitch to Saquon for about 50-yard touchdown.
Skippy. Saquon Barkley finally putting up points. What a travesty what has happened to him this year. And if you're a fantasy owner, my God, everybody in fantasy was drafting him either first, second, or third. And Saquon Barkley's numbers to guys like Bijan Robinson and all the other guys that was drafting in front of him, just absolutely horrible. If you're a fantasy owner, you'd be very upset at yourself drafting Saquon Barkley this year. That's all. That's just my opinion. And I love Saquon. I wish him nothing but the best, but it's just horrible to see what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm an Eagles fan, so I don't like the way the Eagles have used him this year. Their offensive coordinator is going to be fired, and it shows you how important Moore was for that run last year. He's a lot better offensive coordinator than people thought he was. And you can see the difference of the way their offense is being run this year. And you can see A.J. Brown not happy. Saquon's happy right now, so I guess that's a good sign. Anyways, when we come back, we got Call Your Shot, Caged in MMA, and Dial It Up. But first, another Sports Minute with Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, one more Sports Minute for you this evening. Got a couple of stories left before we get into the scores. The Detroit Lions, who smacked the Dallas Cowboys on Thursday Night Football in Week 14, lost a key piece of their defense in the win. Pro Bowl safety Brian Branch will miss the rest of the season with a torn Achilles tendon. Branch was carted off the field with just under 4 minutes to play in the game, trying to break up a pass in the end zone. The Lions will now have to contend with losing PFF's 8th-ranked safety in the game in 2025 and a consistent tackler in the secondary. In the highly competitive NFC North, Dan Campbell has his work cut out for him once again this season due to injuries at key positions to key players. And in protest of not making the college football playoff, Notre Dame is opting not to compete in a bowl game this year. As a team, we've decided to withdraw our name from consideration for a bowl game following the 2025 season. Read a statement posted on social media credited to the Notre Dame football team. We appreciate all the support from our families and fans, and we're hoping to bring the 12th national title to South Bend in 2026. Notre Dame opting out of the bowl season comes with no penalty for the Fighting Irish, as they do not belong to a conference for football. Other programs such as Iowa State and Kansas are foregoing a bowl game as well, but have to fork over $500,000 to the Big 12 in order to do so. Notre Dame does have a legitimate gripe, as they were never looked at as out of the playoff picture until the very last day when Miami leapfrogged them and Alabama stayed ahead of them despite losing the SEC Championship game to Georgia. This led Notre Dame AD Pete Bevacqua to say the playoff rankings are a farce and total waste of time. Regardless of Notre Dame being screwed over, the non-playoff bowl games are truly a farce and an exhibition that costs the university more money than it's worth just to play these meaningless games. We will probably still watch these games, but for teams with higher aspirations, it's hard to blame them for sitting out these relics of an old system, especially since all their best players seem to always sit out to try to preserve their draft stock. It's Monday Night Football. We just said it. The Eagles just jumped ahead of the Chargers at the start of the fourth quarter, 16-13 on a nice little trick play pitch to Saquon Barkley, going about 50 yards into the end zone. He's got 117 and a touchdown so far tonight. In basketball tonight, we have all games are final. The Pacers beat the Kings 116-105. The Suns beat the Timberwolves 108-105. And the Spurs beat the Pelicans 135-132. And in hockey, at the end of the second, it's 2-1 Kings over the Mammoth. 5:27 left in the second, it's 4-2 Flames over the Sabres. At the end of the first, it's 1-0 Red Wings over the Canucks. No score with 2 minutes left in the first between the Kraken and the Wild. And final earlier tonight, Maple Leafs 2, Lightning 0. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Breaking news, got a hot lady.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. Little Joe Button. Up it up. Yes, you're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm the one, the only Errol Marks, my co-host. Tonight, it's not Jabba. Jabba's hanging out with his son. We got the speedster, Speedy Teeny, my executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Tommy Poops on the board, and Nathan in the background as he's
I gotta go back off.
whacking off, ladies and gentlemen. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com.
You want to jerk me off? Speedy's mom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Call Your Shot.
I'm not an X's and O's guy, right? I'm not a tactician. I'm a motivator in the classic sense of the word. You know, Lombardi, Charles Lindbergh, none over in India, like those people.
Call your shot.
Breaking news. I'm putting you on a leash.
Somebody's putting somebody on a leash, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're going to play. It's very simple. We're going to give you a specific thing we believe is going to happen in the next year or so, and we're going to tell you what it feels like or what it is, and we're going to give you our take to it. Are you guys ready? Speedy, you ready? Right. All right, here we go. So we got me, Speedy, and Fish. I'm going to go Fish, Speedy, then me. You ready? You ready to call your shot, Speedy?
Oh, there's a Fish response.
I know, but are you ready to call your
I'm ready.
shot? All right. Speedy, I know what I said. Get your finger out of your ass. Get your thumb out of your ass and twist it sideways. All right, here we go, Fish.
I mean, this one's easy. You take one look. You know, I'm just going to bring this down because I'm glitching. Let me get this off the screen. All right. You take one look at the NBA standings and something jumps right out at you. That's the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're 23-1. I mean, I'm going to just say it right now. They're going to break the record for wins in a regular season. They're unstoppable. Take a look at their point differential. Now, Houston, by the way, if you're taking bets, Houston's got a really good record too, and they've got a plus 10.6 point differential themselves. But Oklahoma City, plus 16.1. No other team is in double digits. They're better. They're doubly better than every team in the Eastern Conference, and they're doubly better than every team in the Western Conference except for Houston and Denver in that metric, and they're close to that on Denver as well. They are out of control good right now, and I believe, Speedy, I think they have the Clippers for unprotected first-round draft pick this year, and the Clippers are hot garbage. Can you imagine they get a high lottery pick to go along with the best roster, young roster in?
We knew this was going to happen.
Process. Give me OKC breaking records and possibly a year from now threatening their own record. This is a dynasty in the make, guys.
All right, so I'll shift back to some college football. I kind of hinted at it earlier, the way I was thinking of a lot of these playoff teams. So I'm going to call my shot, and I'm going to say
I have no Woody.
I'm gonna call my shot and say Indiana does lose their first round matchup.
Also.
You saw Oregon go into the regular season undefeated, into the playoffs undefeated last year, and I think that Oregon team was better than this Indiana team, and Oregon got smoked by Ohio State. Again, Alabama does not deserve it, but I do like the talent. I think Oklahoma will beat Alabama because the game is in Oklahoma. They won at Alabama during the regular season.
Breaking news. Smell my ass.
But I'm gonna say Oklahoma wins that game, but I think either one of those teams
Butt plug.
beat Indiana, and then they will beat Oregon or Texas Tech, and they will reach the national championship game.
Beneficial. Dissect.
He's dissecting it. All right, my final call your shot will go to the Colorado Avalanche. Yes, the unbelievable, unstoppable Colorado Avalanche right now in 29 games is 21-2. They lost the game recently against the New York Islanders. They already have 48 points. They're pretty unstoppable, very healthy, by far the best team right now in hockey. I believe this team is going to be unstoppable all season long, all the way through into the playoffs and all the way to the NHL finals. My prediction here is they are going to the finals this year. I'm not going to say they're going to win because they're still the Florida Panthers. They're dangerous, even though they started off very slow and the Eastern Conference is still open with Tampa playing as well as they are and Washington having another good season. I think it's going to be wide open, but watch out, ladies and gentlemen. The Colorado Avalanche is coming out of the West. They're going to the Stanley Cup this year. They're by far the best team. It's not even close in the Western Conference. And fully healthy now. Every single one of their play. Brock Nelson got his new contract in the offseason. This is one of the best face-off teams. This is one of the best power play teams. This is one of the most depth teams in the NHL right now. All four lines. You can't tell me a team has better four lines than the Colorado Avalanche right now. And they're getting goaltending too. So they're unstoppable right now. I expect them all the way through into February to have no more than 10 losses. That's how good they are. You were just speaking about OKC. This is the OKC Thunder of the NHL right now. That's how good they are. They could break a win record this year, the Colorado Avalanche.
You say that, but then I saw this crap Rangers team get a point off of them. So
that's fine.
I don't know.
That doesn't matter. I mean,
not a regulation loss.
It's not a regulation
I know,
loss.
but you know,
dude, this team is loaded. Loaded.
No, I know. I mean, they're crazy. They're crazy.
They're great, and they're scoring a lot of goals. Dude, they're already 29 games, already have almost 50 points. Okay. They're going to have they might have more points than any NHL team has had in the last 20 years.
What's the record for points in a season?
132. It was the Bruins. It was the Bruins that did it a few years ago.
Yeah,
I believe it was 132.
I think they're going to break that this year. I think they're
you
going to
would need like 60, 63, and then a bunch of overtime losses, or like 65. It'd be like 66 and an overtime loss.
What was their record that year, Speedy? What was their record? Because I remember their goaltender won the goalie of the year that year.
Yeah, Allmark had that unbelievable year.
Yeah.
And then they blew a 3-1 lead to the Panthers. It was 135 they got that
Okay,
year.
and what was their record?
It was 65, 12, and 5.
I expect them to have something around there, maybe even better. I could see them winning about 68 games this year. That's how good they are. Crazy. They're really, really good, man. I've watched them play 3 times this year, and I watched them lose against the Islanders 6-3. And I couldn't believe the Islanders scored 6 goals against them. That was probably, we won't see that again this year. It was pretty remarkable. And that's why that was after the game, Patrick Waugh's old team, the team that fired him.
Yeah.
Patrick Waugh said that was one of the greatest wins he's ever had, and he wasn't in net. So think about it. One of the greatest goalies of all time coming out and saying that was one of the greatest wins he's ever had. So
he's gonna hope to avoid the fortune of the last 2 of these record-setting teams, because before it was the 2022 Bruins, it was the 2019 Lightning that had that maybe this is the one where 132 came in. They got swept in the first round by the John Tortorella-led Columbus Blue Jackets.
There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Caged In MMA.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot.
This is
Caged In MMA.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have Jake? Is Jake coming in tonight?
I don't see him yet.
All right. Well,
so Jake says he's going to be late. If he can make it in at all, he'll jump in at the end.
Fine. I wanted to get into it because I've attacked the UFC, especially UFC 322. I didn't like it. I thought it was just really badly put together. But UFC 323, I thought was sensational. I thought there was a lot of superstardom, and we saw some good young fighters coming up, and even some mishaps and things that happen that you don't want to see in the UFC, and you don't want to wish anybody getting hurt in the middle of a fight where he has a chance to continue moving on and being the star and being the champion that he's been. Let's go into it. UFC 323 featured several main event fights, 2 ending in decisions and 2 ending in knockout. In the main event fight, Jan defeated Merab by unanimous decision to win the men's bantamweight championship, getting revenge on Merab after Merab won their first fight on March 11th in 2023. Merab lost for the first time since 2018, ending a 14-fight winning streak. Jan has now won 4 fights in a row and has improved his overall record to 20-5. Down the card, Van beat Mendoza in the first round, just 22 seconds into the fight after Mendoza's arm was broken. Tiara knocked out Moreno with a second-round knockout, improving his career record to 18-1. Talbot defeated Cejudo by unanimous decision, and Cejudo announced his retirement after this fight at 38 years old. Cejudo finished with his career record 16-6 with 9 knockouts, but hadn't won a fight since May 9th, 2020, when he beat Cruz. Now, I want to go to Cejudo first because it's somebody that I love to watch fight. Henry Cejudo is one of the more underrated champions the UFC has ever had, and a guy that everybody counted out. And anybody that knows him, he believed in himself. He comes from a poor family, comes from a family that has nothing, always believed that everywhere he's gone and all the trials and tribulations he's broken through was because of hard work and dedication and believing himself. He's the first UFC fighter to win an Olympic medal, and yes, an Olympic medal, and win 2 titles in 2 different weight classes at the same time. Think about it. And Henry Cejudo, who is going to ride off into the sunset, he did lose his fight, and he wanted to go out a winner, and it was so gracious what he did after the fight. He was on his knees after the fight, and he was talking to Dana, and he said, "Take care of this kid. I love this kid," the kid that beat him in Talbot, and spoke very highly of the kid, and said that, you know, he thanked, before he even went up there, he was thanking UFC and thanking you know, everything that they've done and helping him and really helping him and his family grow as you know, people that really had nothing and now have something to live for. And Henry Cejudo is very loved by everybody. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that Henry Cejudo was a bad guy. So you want to see somebody ride off into the sunset as a winner. Peyton Manning did it. All these champions that we've seen over the years, there are guys that ride off into the sunset, and I would have liked to see Cejudo do that, but he took on a fighter that's up and coming in that weight class, a very good weight class with a lot of talent, and it's something that you want to see. But my love goes out to the Cejudo family and Henry Cejudo. I love everything about him, everything that he stands for mixed martial arts and boxing and wrestling. This guy is so gracious and such a good person by heart. And anybody that hates this guy or doesn't like this guy doesn't understand what it is to love a person that stands for his sport and what the sport really brings to the game. So my love goes out to the Cejudo family. The fight that really stuck out to me was Jan and Merab, and that was the fight everybody couldn't wait for. And me being one of those guys that couldn't wait for this fight, Merab wanted to break records. He's always about breaking records. Merab trains out here in Long Island. And I got a chance to go to the gym and watch this guy train. This guy is a monster. His stamina, his ability to do the things that he does and do it so friggin' well. I've never seen anything have the stamina. I've never seen a fighter have the stamina this man has. He is special. He really is. And he didn't want to make any excuses after the fight, but he did come out and say that he had some kind of sickness and he was dealing with lung problems because of the sickness. And I don't think he was trying to make any excuses after the fight, but There were people saying that he might have had a broken jaw. They were saying there were things going on in the fight that he just didn't look right. And I would say that. I would, but I got to give a little bit of credit to Jan. Jan was sensational. He really was. He was there. He was ready to fight. He was ready to dominate this fight. He had something to prove after 2023 and losing that fight against Merab, where it was very, very close until the 4th and 5th round. I just didn't think this fight was even close. I think Merab was completely dominated after the 2nd round. And all the way through, Jan was throwing the jab. He bloodied his face pretty early in the fight. Really, at the end of the first round, you saw that Merab's eye was shutting, and it was getting pink, and it was just complete domination. The stand-up fighting of Jan is just remarkable. This guy is one of the best stand-up fighters the UFC has, and he showed it. He was throwing inside kicks. He was doing everything right, and every time Merab was trying to take him down, he just did everything right. He sprawled everything you can say you want a fighter to do against a great wrestler. Jan did that, and he completely did the one thing that would transition and take Merab out of the fight, and that was take him away from taking him down. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Merab tried to take him down 29 times and only took him down twice. And I don't think Merab, when it comes to percentages, we've ever seen Merab with those kind of percentages have so many bad opportunities or not have the opportunities to take a fighter down the way he did. It was really remarkable. If it was a fighter that could fight a perfect fight, Jan did that against Merab. And anybody that knows mixed martial arts and understands mixed martial arts, the way he defended the takedowns was just excellent. And then when Merab would take him down, he would get right back up. It's just that's something that you like to see. You like to see somebody train and get ready for a fight and be ready for a fight that completely dominated him in the later rounds in the first fight in 2023. I will say this about Merab. Merab likes to take on challenges. Merab wants his rematch, and I could see Merab winning the rematch. But Merab was trying to prove that he wanted to be the first fighter to win 4 matches in a year. And he was on his way. This was his 4th fight. And all the fighters that he fought this past year in 2025 were elite fighters. And he wanted to do it against Jan. And I just think he picked the wrong fight, the wrong matchup against a guy that was hungry and younger than him. Jan is like 2 or 3 years younger than Merab is. Merab is what, 35, 36. Jan's like 31, 32 years old. He's in the prime of his career. I don't think we've seen the best of Jan yet. So that's the incredible story about this, that when Merab fights Jan again, is Merab going to get the best of him? Maybe Jan he's in his head now. So we've seen this before. It's, with the fight game, you just don't know. And it's the UFC has been back and forth with these cards. So I didn't know what to expect, but that fight was sensational. It's going to go up as fight of the year. And even though it was really so lopsided when you look at the scores, it was a lot closer than you think. And again, I've never seen Merab being dominated, especially on the takedowns and trying to take somebody down and not taking somebody down the way Jan really defended it. I've never seen anything like it. So I still think Merab is one of the top 3 fighters right now in the UFC, even not being the champion. Jan is the champion right now. But I think the UFC has something. I think we're going to see a lot of Jan Merab left. I could see maybe 2 or 3 more fights with these guys. They're both great. And Merab already came out and said, you haven't seen the last of me. I haven't even hit my top what would be the word? I've not hit my top my top end yet. So I'd like to see what Merab is going to do, what he says he's going to do in the near future. The Van and Pantoja fight. Pantoja has been a dominant fighter. I think he's won 5 consecutive or 6 consecutive fights in a row, and he's been a champion, and he has been as dominant as a champion in his weight class over the last couple of years as any fighter in the UFC. And to see a guy go down in the 26 seconds, landing on his arm the way it did. And I got to give Van a little bit of credit. He's the youngest champion the UFC has ever had. I think he's 22 years old. to watch Pantoja go down the way he did, and not punch at him when he was pointing to his arm because he realized that it was broken, or it was disgusting. When you watch the replay of it, it was really, really bad to watch. But to see Van actually not drop hammers on him or hammer fist him or try to hurt the guy and they stop the fight, it shows a lot on who Van is and how great of a young kid this kid is. And I'm looking forward to the rematch with Van and Pantoja, but it was a fight that everybody was looking forward to. Pantoja, who's a great ground fighter, also can stand up with you, and Van is one of the best combination fighters in all of the UFC. So it was definitely hard to watch. It was disgusting to watch when you watch somebody land. It's like anybody watch Chris Weidman's fight when his his leg went on him, and Anderson Silva when his leg went on him. So it's disgusting. It's not fun to watch when you watch a mixed martial arts and you see something give out the way it did. But congratulations to Van being the youngest UFC champion UFC's ever had. And then there was the Moreno and Tiara fight, who now Tiara is now the number one contender for Van's championship. So that could happen early next year. That could happen in the White House, because I think that'll be a great fight. Tiara right now is 18-1. He beat a champion. Moreno is a two-time champion in that weight class, and he knocked him out in the second round and just completely dominated him. And at one point, Moreno had him in a triangle, and it looked like it was really deep. And Tiara just calmed down. He got himself out early in the later in the first round and got out of the round, and then just completely dominated the second round and eventually knocked out Moreno. And Moreno, I thought the fight was stopped a little too early. I think Moreno, if being that Moreno is a fan favorite and a champion, I think the referee could have given him a little bit more time to recuperate. But nevertheless, Tiara is one of the best young fighters in the UFC, one of the more dominant fighters we've seen in that weight class in a very long time. So it was a good card, fun to watch, and definitely the Rob and Jan fight was definitely up for fight of the year. I don't think you can take away anything. Anybody that loves mixed martial arts and loves wrestling and stand-up boxing and kickboxing and Muay Thai, this was the fight to watch, because you have two great champions, two great fighters going at one another and know each other very, very well, only in the second fight, and put on an absolute display of just combat fighting that you love to watch, and wasn't boring. There was nothing boring about that fight. And at the end of the fight, Merab, his face was completely demolished, and Jan didn't have one. I don't think he had one bruise on his face, but that didn't take away from how close the fight was in certain aspects of the fight. So, but very well deserved by Jan. I think Jan wanted this fight. He's been waiting for a chance to fight Merab again, and now he's on a winning streak. Merab was on a 14-fight winning streak, and now he has a chance to start it again. And he says we haven't seen the best of Merab yet. So. And he's 36 years old. So I'm looking forward. I'm going to actually be going to the gym. I'll be going to Nassau County. I'll be going to see Merab train coming up in the next couple of months. And I want to see his workout plan. His diet is ridiculous, and he doesn't have a dietitian. He doesn't trust dietitians. Anybody see the type of weight this guy drops? Think about it. He's dropping to 135. All right. He's walking at 180 and he's dropping almost 40 pounds with no dietitian. It's pretty incredible what he's doing right now. And I got to give a little bit more credit than people give Merab a little bit credit for. And he's such a kind soul, and so humble. And he apologized to the fans after the fight and all that other stuff. And he wasn't trying to make excuses, but you could tell there was something up with him right in the beginning of the fight. He was playing with his jaw, and it looked like he was breathing wrong, and he's never tired. So there was something going on with him as far as I'm concerned. But it was sensational. UFC 323 was definitely something that I was excited for. And maybe the UFC has something up their sleeves for the final pay-per-view of the year in December. So I haven't been a fan of some of their pay-per-views. 322 wasn't great. 321 was and 320 was good. So every two main events, two pay-per-views, there's a good pay-per-view. So this was their best one in almost 2 months. So 3 months. So it says a lot about Dana, and we'll see what Dana does. He's getting ready for this White House extravaganza in, I think they said it's going to be May or June, where there's going to be 7 or 6 big-time fights with some of the biggest fighters the UFC has to provide. And they're saying John Jones is going to come back to fight Piera. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen with that, and maybe somebody else. Maybe Conor McGregor comes back. Who knows? I heard the last time I heard Conor McGregor's name being brought up in the conversation, he wants $100 million, and the UFC told him to bug off. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but a very, very interesting story. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we got Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you important news flow. We got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys, welcome to Dial It Up! Everyone's favorite lightning round sports takes. Errol hasn't seen these stories. He doesn't know what's coming. He's going to give us a take, and then we're going to react to it. First story up, Jeff Kent elected to the 2026 Baseball Hall of Fame by the Era Committee. So Kent's 57 years old, was named on 14 of the 16 ballots by Contemporary Baseball's Era Committee, 2 more than he needed for induction. The interesting thing about Kent is that his famous teammate, Barry Bonds, did not get enough votes whatsoever. Neither did Roger Clemens, Gary Sheffield, Dodgers great Fernando Valenzuela. They were all named on fewer than
Donnie
5
Baseball?
ballots. Donnie Baseball, apparently, along with, Donnie Baseball, Dale Murphy, Sheffield, a bunch of guys, they have to wait another 5 years before their names come up once again to be considered. And that's how it works with that Era Committee ballot, which is kind of interesting. But again, Kent's career starts, obviously, a Met, a Dodger, and a Giant. You're going to remember him for those 3 teams. Clearly a great player the whole time. Good for him. But it's kind of interesting.
Daily lives.
He goes in before Barry Bonds. Errol, dial it up!
I love Jeff Kent. I've been rooting for Jeff Kent for the last couple of years. I've been speaking about him and Albert Bell, another guy that should be inducted into the Hall of Fame, Don Mattingly. These guys were putting up numbers for a significant amount of time. Jeff Kent was the best second baseman in the league when he was in the league for like 8 years. I mean, power numbers defensively. He played multiple positions in the infield. He also, I think, he even played in the outfield too. Yeah. So he did so many things right. Was the media fans of him? No. Did he get along with Barry Bonds? No. Did he get along with some of the teammates? No. But he was a great player. And I don't know why the media and I don't know why the writers, if they don't like somebody, they're not going to induct them into the Hall of Fame. This guy should have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. He was a first ballot Hall of Famer. And if he wasn't a first ballot, he was a second ballot Hall of Famer. That's how great of a player he was. Very well deserved. I wrote a story. Go check it out on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. I gave my take to it. Very, very funny. And I took shots at the committee. How many old guys or how many writers do we have to see when they finally figure out what and who should be in the Hall of Fame? This is ridiculous. This guy should have been here. Slam dunk. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame before Jeff Kent. There's no question. Sure. Even before the steroid era, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer. The fact that the committee is not, and it hasn't even come close to think that they were going to induct him into the Hall of Fame is a catastrophe. And Donnie Baseball, I believe in 5 years, will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they're all different independent cases. Like, I don't think Barry Bonds directly correlates with Jeff Kent. Like, when you look at position-wise, like Jeff Kent, we consider a top 5 second baseman and arguably the best best offensive second baseman you've ever seen, power hitting-wise for a position that's not a heavy power. And I remember we've discussed it for many years too, and I remember you guys were speaking about it in the meeting yesterday, and guess who texted me right after the meeting? Josh Silverberg, who's been very passionate about that for a while too. On his show, it was him and Billy Wagner when he first did his show, so adamant that those guys were long overdue. Wagner got in last year finally, and Jeff Kent gets in this year. Very well deserved for him, for a guy that's been a force to be reckoned with on the offensive side of the bat. Second.
You don't have to like somebody for him to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and we've said for a while, it's like a Hall of Selective sometimes.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. Jeff Kent absolutely deserves to be there. His peers, and you say top 5, he's a top 3 second baseman of all time. If you look at his statistics or whatever you want to call, you tell me a second baseman that has better numbers than this guy. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I think Roberto Alomar probably has better numbers than him, but
I take them over Roberto Alomar.
That's a Hall of Famer, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I would do that, but
power-wise, I would.
Most home run. Well, I mean, I'm not talking power-wise, talking as a player, but 351 home runs as a second baseman, most in the history of baseball. Jeff Kent, congratulations to him. Let's go to the next story. And from baseball, we go to one of Errol's favorite players in the world, James Harden, who passed Carmelo Anthony for 10th all-time in scoring in NBA history. You like that picture? I thought you'd appreciate that one. So, again, blessing, a testament to the work I've put in. It's an honor, especially with somebody like Melo, who's done so much greatness for this league. Next above Harden on the list is Shaquille O'Neal, who's 9th. Looks like 290-something points away from Harden. Looks like it's something that's attainable this season. So
looks like Rodney Dangerfield. Look at him.
Yeah.
So I'll remember the bust.
I finally got some respect.
But I figure you'd have something to say about your boy James Harden when we dial it up.
First of all, he's not Allen Iverson, nor will he ever be Allen Iverson. So, Eric Coleman, eat your heart out, says I have a story up there from, I don't know, a month and a half ago, and I posted up. Listen, James Harden is one of the best offensive players of this era. There's no question. Him, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, they all play together and never won together. It's great when you're putting up the numbers. Look at the guys that are on that list. Look at the guys that are on the list at this time of year, this decade. None of those guys. Carmelo Anthony, did he ever win a championship? No. Who cares? I don't care where you are on the offensive side of the ball or what kind of offensive numbers you have. If you're not winning championships, why even play the game? You're making your money, that's fine. Your families are taken care of, that's fine. As far as James Harden is concerned, scoring doesn't win championships, as we all know. You have to be a multi-savvy player to win championships, and James Harden is not. Carmelo is not. You name all those guys, they're not. So Kevin Durant won a championship because he had to play with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. To me, winning championships takes – you have to be a multi-savvy player, and James Harden has never been that way. As a matter of fact, I think he is the leader of walking the ball into the basket. So I just – honestly, basketball is completely different. You might as well not even dribble the ball. Half these guys don't. So I don't know.
No, like Speedy said, too, the 10 Euro step travel that he does per game. And also, I remember we mentioned it a while ago when discussing James Harden as well, matter of fact. But that step back that he's been doing for forever now is definitely a travel. I don't care what anybody says. He takes like about 3 to 4 steps back and shoots the ball. And somebody mentioned how it's like his gather step when he's just, I don't want to hear it. It doesn't make any sense. In Arrow, you snatched the words right out of my mouth. It's cool that, yeah, he's on the 10th of all time scoring leaders. He's pretty up there in, 3-pointers as well. Yep. But it's not translating into anything. I mean, this is a guy who strong-armed his way, wanted to play with this team, wanted to play for these guys, wanted to play with that guy. And it hasn't translated well at all. So, yeah, he's scoring the points. He is a very prolific scorer. He's one of the best or one of the prolific scorers that we've seen in the league within the last 15 years or so. But
one of the biggest crybabies still.
That's the main thing. That's the number one thing about it. So, I mean, even this year, he said he didn't think it was a good idea to bring in the Chris Paul trade. And, that has his whole legs with its own situation. Him and Ty Lue didn't get along, but I just feel like him adding his comments, nobody gives a crap, James. So cool, you're the 10th on the list, but you're still with your.
You would ask me right now, who would I rather in the prime of their career, Chris Paul or James Harden? I'm taking Chris Paul
100%.
any day. So James, eat your heart out, and I don't care if he's in the top 10. It means nothing. It doesn't transition into anything. He hasn't won anything. He's won an MVP. Who cares? Everybody wins an MVP now in the NBA. It doesn't help you. It doesn't do anything for you. All it does is it makes you more money. So I guess that means everything to him, not championships.
All right, let's move on. We got another sport changing it up. Let's go to college football. This is a real weird one. So James Franklin, as you know, was hired by Virginia Tech to be their head coach. Well, he replaces former head coach Brent Pry, who was fired after an 0-3 start. Pry, though, is now being rehired as defensive coordinator of the team that just fired him.
Wow.
Because Franklin has been with Pry, it seems dating back to his Vanderbilt days almost 20 years ago. No one knows since he was a kid. But this is something that, like, exactly, highly unusual move is probably the best way to put it. I've known Brent for over 30 years. I got a ton of respect for Brent and his family. I know he poured his heart and soul into this place. I know this place is better today because of Brent and the commitment he made. They owe Pry about $6 million for firing him, but he's back. I don't know a similar story. I figured maybe you did, or maybe you could think of something. I don't know, man. Dial it up.
I've never heard a story like this, that a coach gets fired and gets rehired by the coach that takes over for him and hires him as a defensive coordinator or an assistant coach. Never heard a story like this. Never. So it's pretty remarkable. Does it work? Maybe it does. Obviously, the program loves him, and I'm sure Franklin reached out to the director and probably went over this situation, how it would work out if he were to bring him in as a defensive coordinator. I think it's good for the school. I think it's good for the program. All you're doing is bringing Franklin in, and you're bringing in the same guy that was running the program for the last couple of years. So I think it makes sense, but I've never seen anything like this. Could it work? Yes. Should it work? Who knows?
You know, in that locker room, when they fired this guy after they sucked when they went 0-3, so many of those guys took shots at him, said awful things, trash talked him. Now he's back. It's going to be weird, and it's going to be awkward, and I just don't think it's going to work. I'm sorry. Like, I just don't know how that works. I know that it'll work between the two of them. I'm sure they'll be professional really well, because that's a role that they've, shared together for a decade plus at different stops. But between Pry and his players, I don't know, man. I don't know how you have faith in the guy, and that's that point. It's gonna have to take a lot. It's really unorthodox. Like you said, I can't think of any other example.
Not that quickly. Like, sometimes coaches will come back to colleges, like, if they're more comfortable, if they can't find a better candidate within maybe a 5-year
Yeah,
span.
but have you ever heard a coach get fired and get rehired
Not that quickly, no.
as an assistant coach on the bench?
No, that's a bizarre circumstance.
Never heard anything
Fish, like you were saying, maybe there was a connection with the Vanderbilts, because James Franklin, when he was early on at Vanderbilt, so he was battling a lot with just really to rebirth a team that was awful for a while. They're a baseball school, and they had a couple 10-win seasons over there. Those were the last ones that they had until up until this year. And now you're just trying to get familiarity with there. But again, there's enough of a connection to, I guess, maybe it wasn't so bad that maybe it wasn't as awkward, where they felt like they could still bring him back, the athletic director, or maybe there's just a good enough connection with both of them to make it work.
I mean, Dan Quinn is an assistant for the Rangers, I guess.
Yes.
I guess that's similar. I don't know. It's a weird one. Let's move on to the next story. But I literally have never seen that before.
No, not within less than a year span.
This guy we've seen before in this situation. Here he is, the great Ja Morant. Guess what? We got some trade rumors to talk about. The Miami Heat are circling like vultures around the depressed asset known as Ja Morant. There's a lot of people who do not want Ja Morant. Here's the quote from an unnamed source. The combination of pain in the ass, injury prone, not that good anymore, and big contract is a bad one. He wouldn't want Morant on his roster regardless of salary. I don't know what his value is, but it appears Miami is very fascinated to find this little cheap, reclamation project here. It appears that they have the assets. They don't have a star player. That is the thing with Miami. Spoelstra is able to cobble together a playoff team.
Bam Adebayo is a good. I think he's
sure, but not a scorer though. Like they don't have a scorer. Bam's a defensive stalwart and a decent offensive player, but it's you don't have a guy like this, or what the promise perhaps of Ja Morant is compared to the reality. Errol, how do you feel about Ja heading to a place like Miami, where I'm sure that would be a great place for him? Dial it up!
I wouldn't think that's a great place for him. Going to Miami with the gun charges and all the other stuff that we've heard, that is not a good place for him.
Before you continue, I have to tell you, they said in this article that Miami could provide the infrastructure that he needs.
All right.
Under a veteran coach.
I'm gonna give you the twist here. We've had Tim Hardaway Sr. on this show who played for the Miami Heat, and he was one guy that said that somebody needs to smack this guy around a little bit. Okay, and now he's gonna go to Miami and try to figure it out there. Good luck. I think Ja Morant is a great player. To say that he's washed up and he can't play anymore, he's 25 years old. He's a kid. To say that he's still in the prime of he's not even in the prime of his career yet. To say that he's lost something, I don't think he's lost anything. I just don't think he fits there anymore. Memphis doesn't know how to control him. I think he needs to start over somewhere else. And I think he needs to go to a franchise that's going to give him a chance to flourish. Maybe a Sacramento or somewhere where it's quiet. Going to Miami where it's loud, where there's partying and stupidity and strip clubs, it doesn't bode well for a guy like Ja Morant to go to a party central place like Miami. Anybody that's been there knows that that's not a safe place for a guy like Ja Morant. So that's a place that never sleeps. You don't want him to go to a place that never sleeps. You want him to go to sleep. You want him to hide himself in a room and make sure he's not bringing things out and about where he's going to get himself into trouble. So I'm not surprised Miami's name is being involved in this conversation. Miami's looking for that other star. They haven't had a superstar player like a Dwayne Wade in a long time, a LeBron James of that magnitude since they were champions, and they're looking for that next up-and-coming guy, and they haven't drafted very well. Tyler Hero has been the closest thing, and I don't think Tyler Hero's anything. And like I said, Bam Adebayo, he's a great player, but he's not that go-to guy where you're going to put the lights on him and shine. Hopefully, if you're going to put your lights and you're going to shine it on Ja Morant, keep him out of the strip bars. And keep them away from the guns and the stupidity.
Keep James Harden out of the strip bar still while you're at him.
Yeah, that's another thing. Maybe they need to hang out together.
Well, what it is too, like you said, the Heat really need. They're in a prime position right now. They're doing pretty well. They're winning a couple games. They need to, like you said, have that one guy that's very flashy and very elite.
They had Jimmy Bucket. I forgot about Jimmy Bucket.
True, but even now that Jimmy, actually no, it was last season that he was moved from them. Yep. But the whole point is they're looking to go back to that window because the window for Miami to win a championship is definitely closed, or it's a lot slimmer. So for them to get that one other guy, I would say as a Ja Morant is really, like you said, I think Ja Morant can definitely play. I think he definitely is not washed up the way people make him seem. I know he's
25 years old. How is he washed up?
I think so many people have already thrown the towel in on this kid that if he does go to Miami,
he's having a bad year. He's averaging 18 points. That's a bad year on a Memphis Grizzly team. Okay.
And his shooting numbers are atrocious.
Yes, because there's a reason why he's not healthy and he doesn't want to be there. If you don't want to be there,
instead he doesn't want to be there.
You don't want to be there.
He's playing like crap, and he don't care, and he's playing like it. But
he likes to pick on Klay Thompson. It's pretty funny. I mean,
we all like to pick on Klay Thompson.
Every time he's out there, him and Klay Thompson, there's something that's going on out there. Those two do not like each other, and what's great about Ja Morant is he does it in such a savage kind of way. It's so funny. Klay Thompson takes everything so seriously, and this guy doesn't take anything seriously. They're two of the complete opposites. It's very funny. Really is. I would love to see them on a one-on-one reality TV show. Could you imagine these two go against one another to try to go after the same girl? Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh my God.
Both of them go after the same woman. That would be so friggin' funny.
I've
so
seen
friggin'
worse
funny.
Programming on TV. This is one of my favorite graphics I've made in a long time. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's move on to the last story.
Yes.
For save. I'm sorry. What are we doing? Dial it up.
Dial it up.
Here we
Save
go.
your tears.
No,
We're
not
so
save
into
your
that
tears.
save your tears crap, you know?
You know what? You know what? It was your idea originally.
Yeah.
And now it's just become this thing.
It's always my
All right,
idea.
here it is. John Calipari ripping the NIL.
Oh, please.
Some classic. Yeah, but you gotta. I'll try to do the Calipari accent, I guess. There are a lot of older gentlemen with beards playing basketball in college right now. There are. So the one that's crazy, and the guy comes in and he's waving to his kids up in the seats, and he's like, wait a minute, the guy's got 2 kids, he's still playing college basketball. Crazy thing, he's using NIL for his first wife's alimony, and now he's still playing college basketball. Are we nuts? So now you have these kind of games and these kind of scores. Calipari, very frustrated at playing teams with a bunch of 25-year-olds on them, and then, you know, having the 18-year-old squads that he's trying to build, because I guess for some reason he thinks he's trying to do it the right way for the first time in his career. But here we go. John Calipari again. I love the main quote. His first wife's alimony. And he's still playing college basketball. Are we nuts, Errol?
You know what's so funny? He should go and hang out with Rick Pitino, because it seems like every single one of his players right now playing for St. John's are over the age of 28. I mean, both guys are complete opposites. Calipari, that he pretty much brings these guys in when they're 16 or 15 years old. They're top-ranked players, and that's how he recruits them. He recruited them in Kentucky. Look how many players went to the NBA at such a young age, and they only played 1 year with him. He went to a national championship, win, lose, and all that other stuff. And now you have Calipari coming out and saying they're too old, it's this, it's that. NIL deals are keeping them here, and they're paying their wife or their girlfriend's girlfriend or something because they got 3 or 4 kids. Who cares? If they're eligible to play college basketball, let them do that. That might be the only time they're going to make that kind of money. They're not going to the NBA. And if they play in the G League, they're not making any money over there either, unless you're a big-time superstar going into the draft the year after as a first-round draft pick. So why are you complaining? Calipari, nobody complained about some of the stupid stuff that you've done over the years. You've done a lot of stupid stuff, and you've hurt the game of college basketball by the way you did it, recruiting players to go to Kentucky. But nobody complained to you. It was okay when you were doing it. Now, all of a sudden, that NIL deals are bringing these older guys to play college ball, and because they're older, you don't like it, and they're not young enough for your liking, you're going to complain about it? Bah humbug. Go back, Scrooge. I don't want to hear it from this guy. What a Scrooge. I like John Calipari, but a Scrooge, a very Scrooge move. And I love Rick Pitino because he came out, he was on Jalen Brunson's show with Josh Hart, and they were interviewing him. And it was very, very funny what he said. And Jalen Brunson came out and he says, well, how old are your guys? He says, the average player on my team is 27 years old. And he's like, well, you get them when they're ripe. He says, I get them when they're old, because I'd rather coach older players that understand the game than the younger players where I'm trying to teach the game. So that's the interesting take on it. And we'll see how it works for Pitino. A lot of people believe that Pitino and the St. John's Storm could be a Final Four team this year. I wonder why. Calipari, maybe you should be taking some information from the Pitino.
Yeah, but before I get to my point, it is funny you mentioned Pitino, because John Rothstein, who is the big college basketball insider too, always has these nicknames for these coaches. And Fish, you'll like this based on your thumbnail you made. He has Rick Pitino's the Godfather, and John Calipari is the Last Corleone.
That's so funny. It's so true right now. It really is. And that's what's so great about Pitino. Because I was thinking when you popped that up, I'm like, Rick Pitino is doing just the complete opposite.
Right.
He loves the NIL deal. He loves that St. John's is doing this and giving him as much NIL that he could possibly can to go after the older people, the older player, because he thinks that it's better off not teaching them, and they already understand how to play the game, where it's harder to get them to play his style of game. So it's so perfect to watch these two guys go at it with one another. I would love to hear Pitino's thought, to what Calipari said.
And you never saw him embrace it really until later on at Kentucky, too, even when other teams were starting to do it. And it was a big reason the SEC started to rise, where it was having more parity in college basketball for a while. Because for a while it was Kentucky and Florida, and then maybe you got two other tournament teams that were very mediocre. Sometimes you'll have your occasional year with LSU, your occasional year with Vanderbilt. It seems like that. But it was always those two. Now all of a sudden you look at all the parity. Auburn's really good, Alabama, teams like that. Because Calipari and Kentucky really fell apart the last couple of years. The first year we started to use the transfer portal was good. In 2022, I thought they would win it all. They go out in the first round against St. Peter's. It just shows that he doesn't any idea how to use those types of players. And now all of a sudden he's complaining about it because he's at Arkansas, where the NIL is not going to be as strong. He's going to have influence, obviously, because of the type of coach he is. But now he's complaining about it because the rest of the SEC is catching up, and he's stuck at maybe the, I guess, NIL-wise, 9th or 10th market of the SEC. Yeah, have fun with that one. And hopefully your coaching prowess goes so far with an Arkansas team in a very loaded SEC that had 11 teams in the tournament last year.
Maybe it's time to retire. Stop complaining. That's all I'm going to say about that. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for John Calipari. I think he's one of the godfathers of college basketball. He really is. Ever since Coach K has been gone, guys like Rick Pitino, him, and Roy Williams before he retired, there were a lot of godfathers. And who's the guy from Michigan State? I'm sorry. Izzo. These guys are the godfathers of college basketball. And then you hear John Calipari, who's really been cheating for the last, 10 years with Kentucky. And now he's complaining because he went to Arkansas.
He hasn't had a player over 22 in his entire career for a while.
What a baby. I mean, and Pitino is so funny because Pitino made a joke about it. And he's like, yeah. And Josh Hart, he does it in such a savvy, funny way. Yeah. He was like, well, who's the youngest guy on your team? He said, I think the youngest guy on my team is over the age of 25. And he says, where do you find these guys in schoolyard basketball?
I love it.
Pretty much. You didn't have a guy, I think, besides their backup point guard on their championship team in 2012. I think he was the only one on their team that was in the perfect season in 2015. Like, besides that, I can't even remember a Kentucky player that stayed 4 years of that era.
And it's so funny because Pitino actually coached Kentucky years and years ago.
Yeah.
So he understands what Kentucky's all about. He understands what St. John's is all about. He understands what New York basketball. And by the way, where's John Calipari from? New York. Where's Pitino from? New York. Enough said. You got two New York guys coming out. Both have their own opinions towards the way you're going to use NIL deals. One bitching and moaning because it's not working out for him. And the other one has all the money in the world to do whatever he wants with it. So who doesn't like that? Well, by the way, it was a great show. Thank you to the Savannah Bananas for letting us interview Connor Harris, first time on our show, and Adam Virant joining us. Back and forth banter, arguing. Jabba joined us. Jabba doesn't want to, make that bet in front of all the New York fans at a Savannah Banana game. I don't know. I think that if anybody wants us to go viral, okay, that, ladies and gentlemen, would make us go viral. Come on. Jabba Chamberlain against me, the mouth, right in front of all the Yankee fans, the Savannah Banana fans. I get a chance to steal a base 5 times against him. And if I do that, it would be fun. I don't think it'll ever happen, but hey, it's something to dream about. And, maybe we can persuade the old jobster on doing it. I doubt it. But nevertheless, it was a great show. Thank you to Jabba for joining us. I know he's been dealing and moving his son. And the new thing, Hutch, he is actually going for the pitching coach job over there at Hutch. I think he's adding too much to that cart, as if he has me. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get it, but good for him. If that's what he wants to do.
Like it's an open position, is what it sounded like earlier today.
Yeah,
well, field goal. All right, it's a 3-point lead in overtime right now for the Chargers. So
there you go. All right, and thank you to all the fans out there following us on all the social medias, from Apple to Spotify and Apple Video, Spotify and Apple Audio, on X, Job in the Mouth, and mine at Errol Marks 34. Thank you to all the fans tuning in and checking us out. Instagram, all the Instagram Job in the Mouth fans on there. Thank you to all the fans out on there. TikTok, Job in the Mouth. YouTube, Jabba and the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, Worldwide Sports Radio Network on Instagram. Mine, Rolo, the THA, Mouth, MOTH 34. All the fans following us on all our social medias. We really appreciate you guys. Speedy, Thursday. It won't be a show on Wednesday. We're moving it to Thursday. And by the way, in the new year, we are going to be moving our show Mondays and Thursdays. So for all the fans out there that expect it Monday and Wednesday, spreading it out because the content will be better for Thursday. So Mondays and Thursdays. Speedy, who do we have on Thursday?
All right, joining the show for the first time on Thursday is Matt Gage at 9 o'clock. He is a relief pitcher currently with the San Francisco Giants. He's played 4 years in Major League Baseball, played with the Tigers and the Giants last year, also played with the Blue Jays and the Astros in the past. In 2024, he was also briefly in the Yankees farm system as well as the Dodgers. So he'll be joining us at 9 o'clock.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a baseball fan, if you're not, well, tune in to Matt Gage. We'll go back and forth. We'll banter a little bit about baseball, his thoughts about San Francisco. Do they land a big-time free agent this offseason? Maybe a Pete Alonso. Who knows? Winter meetings are about to begin, so I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from Brian Hoke when he comes on the show as well. So, again, thank you to all the fans. Tune in on Thursday. We will be back. Until then, I'm saying good night, and we'll talk to you then. Good night.